interesting story. Katy Perry and Orlando Bloom, they recently revealed that they were splitting up. And while they say time heals all wounds, going on a fun date can also help. And they have decided to try that theory out, apparently. Perry was recently spotted out to dinner with none other than Justin Trudeau, the former Canadian Prime Minister. Wow. The two were seen grabbing a bite to eat at Le Violon, a fancy restaurant in Montreal. And they're said to have been all smiles, sharing drinks and dishes together before they headed to the kitchen to thank the staff for their meal.
Did they do a table pancake, Preston, or no?
There is no word if they did the table pancake or not. Maybe the table croissant.
Yeah,
since they were in
Montreal.
That's
how they do it.
Katie happened to be in Canada for her Lifetime's tour, with the show in Montreal set for this evening. And also, the dinner date may have been more than just a casual hang. The two were spotted before the date, strolling through the park, and Justin had a big grin on his face for much of their time together. Nobody saw any PDA, apparently.
No.
You want to kiss me?
But they were hanging out together.
I want to kiss you.
So we will.
I want to kiss you.
No, it's I want to kiss you, eh?
We will see if this goes anywhere. But that could be an interesting pairing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Zendaya and Tom Holland may be engaged, but wedding plans aren't underway just yet, according to her longtime stylist Law Roach at the Las Culturalistas Culture Awards. Roach told E! News the process hasn't even been started yet, adding that Zendaya is currently busy filming multiple projects, including the next Dune movie. When asked about her future bridal look, Roach remained tight-lipped, saying only that she'll be a secret bride. While he previously hinted the wedding might happen next year, he emphasized that he's simply excited for them, saying that they really love each other and it's really beautiful.
What does your designer think of him?
My designer?
Yeah, because I know mine is sort of on the fence.
We don't really talk about him that much because it's just a different animal.
Listen, we're all three of us are the type of frames that designers love to design for.
Absolutely. Cargo shorts and shirts?
Absolutely.
Please, come on.
You look good in this T-shirt.
Zendaya and Holland got engaged over the holidays. By the way, hold on.
Okay.
Speaking of cargo shorts, I'm wearing these right now for the first time. I haven't worn them all year. I may not have worn them last year. They're my favorite pair. But hang on, I'll explain. I've had them so long, the rear pocket has a big hole in it. It's worn out back here.
Yep.
And I'm like, I don't want them to fall apart.
Well,
they're going to crumble very soon.
Like we used to do in the 80s. You got a hole in your pants, you put a patch on it, you know?
Hadn't thought about a patch.
Yeah, you get a cool patch.
Maybe that could work.
Yeah.
But they're thinning out. The material's only got so much time left, and I really like them. They're really, really comfortable.
Get a warned patch and put it on.
Warned?
Yes.
Yeah.
Old school. And I don't care what you think of cargo pants. I like them. I still like them. They're kind of laughed at.
You do you, man.
You and Matt Cord.
I use the pockets on the legs. I've got my wallet and some keys in there now.
I've seen Matt Cord have basically a full iPad in one of his pockets. Yeah. So, yeah, they're very useful.
We found a warrant patch, by the way.
God.
Thank you, Sam, for finding the graphic of that.
I was a judge at Philly's Funniest last night at Helium, and one of the comedians was talking about, and he was joking about carrying a purse. But then he was like, I wear glasses now. I also, it's sunblock season.
Dude.
Wouldn't it be nice to have a bottle of Advil just on the ready?
I'm jealous of Jackie Bam Bam. He carries her. He's got a man bag. He's got everything he needs in it. And that's, I carry around a lot of junk.
Listen,
too.
you remember Kung Fu and Kwai Chang Caine walking around. What did he have? He had a satchel with him all the time with his herbs and his healing powders.
It's called a satchel.
Yeah.
Zendaya and Holland got engaged over the holidays last year, and her family home, with Holland sharing the news around New Year's, with both stars juggling busy careers. They are taking their time to enjoy the engagement. So no word on what's going to happen with that. We had mentioned that we're going to have a dad joke off contest later on this morning in conjunction with The Naked Gun. Which leads me to this story. Pamela Anderson and Liam Neeson are keeping things playful as dating rumors continue to swirl. During their appearance on the Today Show, co-host Craig Melvin asked the co-stars directly, "Are you two an item?" To which Liam laughed and said, "Craig, I don't understand the question." Or Pamela replied saying, "I don't understand the question." The pair even poked fun at the gossip by pretending to make out on the Today Show set right before the interview. While neither confirmed anything, Liam said, "We discovered that we had a lovely budding chemistry as two actors." And he added, "Let's not mold this. Let's just let it breathe."
Do you know, how's your track record for looking at a couple and going, yeah, they're doing it? You have a good perception?
I don't know. I never, I may say that in my mind fleetingly and then just forget about it. So I have no idea. How about you?
I was swept up with Rachel Brosnahan and David Cornsweet. I thought, I'm looking at the chemistry they have together, and I go, well, but he's happily married, she's happily married, but they definitely have chemistry.
Yeah.
I think these two have really great chemistry. They're both single.
Yeah.
So I think they are an item.
When you brought that up, I was thinking, Preston, of that it was at a red carpet, Oscar Isaac, and it might have been Jessica Chastain.
It was.
I was like, and we watched that, and we're like,
yeah.
They have something.
Well,
yes.
You can see sometimes, and you just know there's that little extra something.
Yep. So Craig was not convinced, telling them America's here for it, and we're here for whatever it turns into. And the two added fuel to the fire recently because they shared a kiss at the Naked Gun red carpet. But I think they'd be a good couple.
I think they'd be a great couple. And by the way, in advance of the movie, the people who are seeing it now in the early releases on the critics are saying there was some wonder or question as to whether or not it would have a lot of the Zucker brothers feel to it. Apparently, they've retained a lot of that.
Oh, good.
Okay.
And that it is very funny.
Oh,
That's
good.
the word right now. We'll see, but I'm going to see it. Cool. I mean, I'm a sucker for those movies.
Tom Cruise and Ana de Armas are seemingly moving to the next step in a relationship. They were hand-holding.
Ooh!
The pair were spotted enjoying a cozy weekend getaway in Woodstock, Vermont, after catching an Oasis concert in London. From reportedly shopping to ice cream and a scenic drive-through at a national park, and it all appeared to be couple-coded.
Ice cream!
The two were captured strolling through town in lockstep with fingers intertwined.
They were goose-stepping?
What? No, lockstep is what I said. I don't know what lockstep is.
They were marching at the same beat, at the same pace.
Oh, okay.
Left, right.
Walking in lockstep is you're walking at the same pace at the same time.
Okay.
With the same pattern in your steps as your partner.
Quick question: you played the no, and what do you disapprove? Because I'm curious. I know a number of people I've heard react and aren't down with this.
Well, that's my girlfriend. That's
yours. I see.
why I disapprove.
All right, I got you.
Yeah, he's a little too old for her.
I've heard the Scientology.
The Scientology thing definitely is a little.
Yeah, I kind of go along with that. I think Tom should. Yeah, I think he needs to back off.
Yeah, think the world of him, but knock it off.
The two were apparently, like I said, in lockstep, and that kind of PDA is rare for Tom, who keeps his personal life super private since his, of course, split from Katie Holmes back in 2021. The duo has been fueling rumors all year with globe-trotting appearances, but this hand-holding moment is changing the dating narrative as they've been denying it from the beginning, but they look pretty cozy in these
They
pictures.
sure do.
Yeah.
That's how you and I walk along.
Well, I try to look around, see if there's any cameras around first.
This is so wrong, Preston.
Things keep getting uglier in the Denise Richards-Aaron Fipers split. On Monday, Richards went back to court demanding the return of her electronics and for him to cease sending out materials from them.
I want my vajazzler back.
She accused him of repeatedly violating the temporary restraining order in place by disseminating to numerous new organizations on multiple occasions private information from my laptop, she said, including text messages and nude photographs of me that he stole.
My client wants her water weenie and calling it back.
For Pfeiffer's part, he denies everything, telling TMZ Richards is lying to damage my reputation and distract from the truth.
Oh, my God.
And he also says all photos, videos, and communications his wife is referring to originated from his phone and nothing was stolen or hacked.
Apparently, the deterioration was visible on whatever Real Housewives show she was on, that you could see this relationship going south.
Oh.
Hell.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to a few other romance rumors and so on. So the rumors have been floating around that Brandon Routh and Rachel Lee Cook are a couple.
Oh, I'm down with that.
I do. Yeah, I am too.
Brandon Routh had a good Superman movie.
They'd be a nice couple.
Yeah.
And if they were trying to squash him, it's not working. The actors were spotted holding hands,
Ooh.
which is all the rage these days.
Holding hands, and Tom Cruise is doing it.
And smiling together following a movie date in Los Angeles on Friday.
Ooh, finger banging.
Oh, my God.
What?
Oh, my God.
We got to keep that. Yeah, that's from the song, right?
So they were holding hands.
Ooh, finger banging.
What song is that?
That's the song we played
It's called
yesterday.
finger
Nick.
banging.
Did we get to that part yesterday?
We did?
Yeah, it starts with it.
You don't remember that?
I didn't remember that's how it started.
It starts and then it repeats about halfway through.
Okay.
That's the Dean Ween Project. by
Dean
the way.
Ween Project.
It's not the band Ween.
No, it's the Dean Ween Project.
Gotcha.
Side project.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was confused.
Or it might be called the Dean Ween Band, which is
Okay.
a side project of Dean Ween from the band Ween out of New Hope, Pennsylvania.
Oh,
Thank you very
yeah.
much.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, they were holding hands.
Ooh, finger banging.
Okay.
It's really, it could be my favorite in quite a while.
So far, no official statement from anyone. We were talking about Rachel Lee Cook and Brandon
Rachel Lee
Routh.
Cook and Brandon Routh.
And-
We approve of this.
Routh was previously married to Courtney Ford for 21 years. Years with their with their divorce being settled earlier this month. Cook was married to Daniel Giles, and that divorce was finalized 4 years ago.
She looks terrific, by the way.
She does. I had to look her up a little bit this morning. What I didn't look up is what she's been up to work-wise as of late, because she did take a long break.
She's done a couple things, actually. I think she was in a horror movie recently. I thought he was in Superman Returns, a Bryan Singer movie, which I thought was a real sort of loving tribute to the Richard Donner Superman.
Yeah.
And they repeated a lot of that. It didn't quite hit exactly the right way. But then he was solid. He was Justin Long's lover in
Zach and Miri.
that's it. Zach and Miri make a porno.
Yeah, she's doing a lot of Hallmark Christmas stuff, Steve.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's in Rescuing Christmas. She's in Spirit Halloween. She's in 'Tis the Season to Be Merry
Finger banging Christmas.
this year.
Ooh, finger banging.
This year we get The Christmas Affair, where she stars as Natalie.
So she's been. This has been the last several years that she's done
Yep.
these.
You know
I
what?
didn't know that.
I haven't. I've seen some of hers. I didn't realize she'd made that many, and I got to get back on my game.
Kind of nonstop lately.
Hey, Steve, I actually had this thought about Hallmark movies. Do they do Hallmark Christmas series? So rather than a 2-hour movie, let's get an 8-episode series.
So they've done like reality stuff based around Christmas.
Christmas.
It's a new holiday that falls between Christmas and New Year's Christmas. No, but so they're doing like cake making and stuff like that, those
Okay.
kind of things. But I don't think I've seen a series case that is Christmas based.
Would you be down with that?
No.
Dude, I think it'd be a huge hit.
Right?
I mean, all things Christmas seem to go well for Hallmark and Lifetime.
So you have 8 weeks leading up, so it's like boom, and then
For me, here's the plot. Here's the resolution. Done. Move
Yeah.
on. But
Yeah.
I agree with Preston. I think if they had something like that, it'd probably do very well for them.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Sometimes you just got to do it your damn self. That was a joint Instagram statement post by Bachelor in Paradise vets Sam McKinney and Allie Joe Hinkies as the two hard launched their relationship with a carousel of romantic pics of the pair.
That's so good.
So again, the statement was sometimes you just got to do it your damn self.
And not rely on a TV series to find love.
Bachelor Nation fans first met Sam during the season 21 premiere of The Bachelorette. He then appeared on season 10 of Bachelor in Paradise this year, where he met Allie Joe, who fans met on season 29 of The Bachelor,
Look
by
at
the
these
way.
two. They're so superficial. They're almost transparent. Listen, they're both attractive. They're seizing the moment. They're holding hands.
Yep. She's super good looking.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there you go. Well, they did it them damn selves.
They did it them damn selves.
Did you see
That's
the
what they done did.
subtext to this one, Preston?
I did not.
Be a force and hashtag stay relentless.
Stay relentless.
It's T-shirt speak.
All right, so we'll see how they do.
See my T-shirt? It says "Stay relentless."
Bowen Yang has revealed which of the Wicked castmates aren't on the group chat. Ooh. Appearing on Hot Ones Versus this week alongside his La Culturalistas co-host, Matt Rogers, he was faced with a tricky question, and that is, who would he kick off of the Wicked group chat? And he said, I don't think I can answer this because we love the Wicked group chat. Before adding that, quote, Goldblum is not on the group chat. And he didn't share why the actor isn't a part of it, but he did share that Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande are very engaged in that particular chat.
I would think that Jeff Goldblum might not want to be part of that chat.
Yeah, I think that's probably
He's a happening
the case.
guy.
Yeah.
When the second movie comes out, that'll be the end of the story, correct? There's no...
That's it, yeah.
I don't know. He doesn't seem like, Jeff Goldblum doesn't seem like he would be the chat type.
Right.
You know, he's more of a in-person.
Everybody loves him and all that stuff, but he's
Yep.
not hitting the social media.
Yep. People have been begging James Gunn to fold in Robert Pattinson's Batman into the wider DC cinematic universe for years. The director and co-head of DC Studios has so far been pretty adamant that the Batman Part 2 will be its own thing, separate from his DC universe.
I think that has to be because tonally it doesn't align with the other stuff.
And now, speaking with Entertainment Tonight, he opened the door just a little bit to Pattinson's Batman joining forces with David Cornsweat's Superman at some point in the future. He said, I've met him, meaning Pattinson, before. We've talked about it before. But it's not what's happening right now. He told Entertainment Tonight, which seemed to shut it down. But then he's still playing coy, said, everything is in flux, so we'll figure out what we're doing next. So some people are wondering if he might just be leaving that as an option.
Well, Gunn
know.
Gunn did the Bridge movie, and they said, well, how are you going to introduce a talking raccoon into this world? He did that. But, I mean, if you look at the Batman is dark, so that's a tough one.
Yep. So it's been almost 30 years, and Happy Gilmore still got it. Happy Gilmore 2 debuted on Netflix on Friday, and the sequel to the comedy is already destroying Netflix records. According to the Netflix Top 10, which just came out yesterday, the film drew 46.7 million views in its first 3 days, making it not just the best opening ever for an Adam Sandler Netflix film, but also the biggest U.S. opening weekend for any Netflix film ever.
And I wonder what you can time that number by because of multiple people in the same room watching at the same time, right? Because they're only counting it by television.
And that's what they do. They're not separate tickets purchased.
Yeah,
and
I know
we talked to Zack Snyder about that and about how those numbers are reckoned.
Yeah, so we were 6 deep watching it, so.
Again, the joke that for some reason caught me, Preston, was they do a montage of his sons at the various jobs that they've held where they're doing something that is phallic between their legs. Mm-hmm. And then you see a shot later on in the movie of him. Every time they get like a regular job, they end up getting fired for doing that.
Yeah, I did like that dynamic of the family, the group. Yeah. On top of that, viewers were so hyped at Gilmore's return. The sequel's debut also dragged the 1996 original into the top 10, landing it at number 3 overall. The Sandler Effect even helped Sandler's animated film Hotel Transylvania 3, by the way, Summer Vacation, which was number 7 in the most recent weekly ranking. So
I found that it gave me, it gave me what I wanted and then some. So, yeah, it works.
I liked it. I walked away satisfied. All right, and let's see. Was there one more thing I wanted to mention? Yeah, we'll do one more. The Savannah Bananas, who were just in town recently, are entertainers, comedians, dancers, and they occasionally play baseball. And TNT has just made a significant investment in the team, with its sports division inking the biggest TV deal yet for the Savannah Bananas and Banana Ball, including the first ever Banana Ball Tour Championship. TNT Sports will televise 19 Banana Ball games in August and September through on True TV and HBO Max, with the Savannah Bananas taking on the Party Animals, the Firefighters, or the Texas Tailgaters in each game.
Do you believe that people actually hate this? That they think and feel like this ruins baseball?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I think those are purists,
Yeah.
probably. I love it. I think it's so much fun, and I think it's breathing life into a portion of the sport. But it doesn't surprise me that there's some people that hate it.
Yeah.
Would you say the Harlem Globetrotters have destroyed basketball?
No, not at all.
Yeah, so it's kind of the same thing. They're a lot more showy. My question would be: do you dilute and or sully what they do by having it readily available all the time on TV?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. But I still think, though, it's such a spectacle. People want to be there in person.
Yeah, no,
they want to see it in
yeah.
person. They want their kids to see it in person, you know?
I was watching the Phil's game is either on Sunday or Monday, and Tom McCarthy and John Kruk were talking about how the Bananas were just at the ballpark at Citizens Bank over the weekend, and those guys, who probably are baseball purists, could not stop saying great things about the Bananas, and they were lauding Jesse Cole, the founder, and like what a genius the guy is.
Yeah.
And he is. He's a marketing genius. He's super, super fan-friendly. He hangs out after games, signs every autograph, takes every picture. So Casey, like I guess maybe cranky old dudes who are just purists aren't into it, but I think I'm a huge baseball fan, and I think it's fantastic for the sport.
And what are they like? Still like years in advance sold out?
Yeah, and there were 2 sold-out games at the ballpark this weekend. I was staying in South Philly for the Dave Matthews shows, and half the people that were staying at the hotel or more were walking over to the ballpark. It was families, it was kids, it was moms, and like everybody was having a great time and smiling. And if you can't enjoy that, then there's something wrong with you.
I love it. All right, here are the clips to play. Here we go. Stephanie Beatriz reprises her role of Quiet for another season of Twisted Metal. And in this clip, she describes what's in store for season 2.
The biggest difference was that 1 is really about John and Quiet, kind of their relationship and how they function together. And 2 really becomes about the tournament and all of the characters and characters from the games that fans are waiting to see. Also, like, it's so much bigger. There are so many more cars. There are so many more explosions. There's so much more cast. There's so much more.
I brought you some candy.
Season 2 of Twisted Metal is streaming now on Peacock.
You know who that is, Preston. First of all, I but found her out in Brooklyn Nine-Nine, but she is in that Ted Danson movie. She's the one who heads the nursing home.
Oh, the show.
The show.
Yeah, Man on the Inside?
Yes,
Yeah.
Inside Man.
Or Inside Man?
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
She's great. All right, next clip. Here we go. Allison Brie joins forces with her husband Dave Franco for the supernatural movie Together, and here she describes her character's timid disposition.
Millie is a teacher. She is passionate about her job, but she doesn't have much of an identity outside of her relationship with her longtime boyfriend, Tim. Millie's side of it is really the codependent side of being afraid to separate from this person that's been in her life, even though she's starting to realize, are they meant to be together? Is she losing her identity to this relationship? But she's really afraid of being on her own.
I'm scared.
And you'll find Together in theaters as we speak.
She's awesome. We had her and her husband Dave Franco in the studio, and they were great guests.
Yep. And there you go. That's your entertainment report for this morning, friends. All right. So we have some people joining us today and some things that we're doing. We're going to check in with Fox Good Day as we get closer to 8 a.m. We're going to have a photographer, Jared Polin, who's got a great book called Book 2, 22 Years of Music Photography. And he's just a fascinating guy. He's going to be in our studio on the 8 o'clock hour. Then in the 9 o'clock hour, we got money to give away. We have a $350 Amex gift card, one of those, and then 4 $75 Amex gift cards. In conjunction with the Naked Gun, we're doing a dad joke contest because there's a father-son relationship in the movie. Liam Neeson plays Frank Drevin's son. And so we're going to, and obviously the Naked Gun is ridiculous as far as jokes go. So we would like to hear your dad jokes. We will tell you when to do it. We're going to do a Zoom contest this morning, by the way. So we'll do this via Zoom, and we will tell you when you need to check in. Just get your dad joke ready in the 9 o'clock hour. You need 2 of them in case we have a tie and we need a joke off between 2 people. So we're going to judge these jokes, and we're going to give away those cool cash prizes, those cool cash cards for possibly you or someone you know who is a dad joke aficionado. You don't have to make it up. It's got to be a good one. Hopefully one we've never heard before, but we'll try that in the 9 o'clock hour. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Hot day today. Sun is getting brighter and brighter in the sky. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WM.
Tango, and what does that mean?
So that's idiots in the phonetical alphabet.
Yeah, because when you write it out.
Yeah, ID 10 Tango.
Yeah, I got it.
I think I might use that one.
That's great. Sounds so official.
Yeah.
ID 10 Tango. Nice. All right. Thanks, Jeremy.
great.
Appreciate it, man. Let's go over here to Justin. Hi, Justin. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right. So we're talking about at work speak, jargon, and what would you guys use, and what did you do?
Well, basically, whenever any good-looking girl or whatever came in, we'd say, so-and-so, whatever the name is that was working next to me.
Yep.
We'd say line 6.
Line 6.
Line 6.
We didn't have a line 6 on the phone or anything, so we kind of knew, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, so and where was this you were working, Justin?
I'm
What
an
type
auto
of work?
technician. Auto technician.
Auto
An
technician?
auto
Okay,
technician.
all right, I
Okay,
got you.
So,
Yep.
So line 6, and that was the phrase, and everybody knew it.
Yes, sir.
That seems to generate, obviously, identifying attractive people is definitely a large part of code speak.
Yep. We'll go over to Don next. Hey, Don, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, so I used to work at Victoria's Secret, and around the holiday time, we would have a lot of people trying to steal stuff. So the code word, if someone was trying to steal something, was, I think we got a Susie.
A Susie.
A Susie. Now, what was that based on? Just a random selection of a name, or does it have any meaning beyond that?
Just a Susie is just like someone that's probably going to steal something. Like around the holiday time, it's really big. Like a lot of people steal the perfumes and bras. I don't know.
You're right. So in malls, if you ever had a mall job or a store job, where there's a lot of inventory, a lot of people coming in and out. There are a lot of code words for people they believe are shoplifting. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yep. I like Susie. Thank you very much. Let me get one more. This is Dave. This should be interesting. Hey, Dave.
I want to take his out back and punch his. All of his. Right now, I'll take his physically.
That's very well done.
Get away from me.
So, I used to work at a theme park, Sesame Place in the area.
All right.
And I was in the parks department where we would clean up all the spills, and bathroom accidents. Well, any incident that had a correlation to one of the characters, we use that color. So if there was a blood incident, you have a code Elmo.
Oh, my God.
If there was a pee incident, it'd be a code Big Bird. And the greatest one that I still use to this day is if there was a brown incident, it would be called a code Snuffy.
Snuffy.
Snuffleupagus.
Was this like all the employees knew this, or this was just you and the guys you worked with?
This was the actual codes that would go over the radio.
Oh, my God, that's really funny.
My Aunt Chris, who works at a hospital in the area, actually found them so hilarious that she took the codes into her hospital, and her staff now use those throughout the hospital.
So P, Big
Chris, I love you very much.
P is Big Bird, blood is Elmo, and Snuffleupagus is poop crap. Yeah.
Yeah. I love that, Dave.
Throw up would be Oscar.
Oscar, I knew it. Yep. Well done. Excellent.
Oh,
All
it's
right,
so
thanks,
magical
Dave.
here. They keep making announcements.
By myself, I'll take you physically.
I got to go to this one. Okay, so I don't know what Ben did, where he worked, but this is interesting. Hey, Ben, good morning. Hi, Ben. You're on the air, bud. Is your name Ben?
I'm Tim.
Ken. It's Ken.
Oh.
Tim.
Or Tim?
Tim.
All right, Tim. All right, so what kind of work did you do, Tim?
So I had a construction company, and it's a small company. It's me and two guys, and we were working on this house on a park. And there's tons of women walking by. So if a woman walked by and had big breasts, we're always playing the radio. So we'll put on, play the John Mellencamp song.
Okay. Melons.
And if a woman with a large butt will yell out, Wayne Gretzky, because he's number 99. 99 can look like a nice butt with two legs.
See, it's
Wayne.
It's thought out there.
Yep.
Mellencamp and Wayne Gretzky. It makes sense.
All right, thanks, Tim. I appreciate it. All right, so if you're in an establishment and you're a customer and you hear something that doesn't make any sense at all to you,
right?
They might be talking about you for all you know. You never know. There's a secret language. All right, thank you for sharing, gang. We appreciate that. All the calls, all the texts, but we got to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We have Bizarre File Stories, and after that, we have Impact Wrestlers stopping in. We have Ali Sheedy on the show as well. Hang in there. Be back shortly.
Preston
Preston and Steve.
Rochelle, my wife, watches shows that I don't watch. She watches like 90 Day Fiance and Love is Blind and things like this. So she started watching this show over the weekend on Netflix, and it's called The Circle. And apparently it's been out. It's had several seasons. It's the third season. And in the first season, there's a couple people. There's a dude from Conchi.
Oh, yeah.
That's on the show.
Really?
Yeah. A guy from Conchi and his mom. And
yes.
I ran into his mom a couple of times. I believe she's a realtor in...
she's a character.
In Conshohocken. Yes, and she was also a character when I saw her in person. But she listens to the show, and she was like... Yes.
And there's a gal from Delco on it.
What's the premise of the show?
She went to Cabrini. Okay, so it's... They put these people in this... I don't know, apartments or whatever. They give them a place to stay. Everybody's sequestered. They're on their own. You have no outside sources. You don't have a phone or anything like that. Okay. And you communicate via text only. There's like a message board of sorts.
Okay. So you never see each other.
You never see each other. You have a picture of you, or you might be catfishing. You might be pretending to be someone else.
All right.
Now listen, I don't watch this, so I've been told that this is how the show goes. So anyhow, they all communicate via text or sending messages back and forth to each other. I don't know what the nature of these conversations are or how they get started, but nonetheless, there's a voting system. The people that are considered, you get to vote for other people who you think is your favorite, I guess, or something like that. And whoever the top two that get the most votes are then able to vote people out. But they keep rotating. Like if they vote you out, then they bring new people in.
Hence the circle.
And the circle, and it keeps going. I don't know what the point of the show is. I don't know if there's a prize. All I know is that my wife and daughter are now on board, and I hear them laughing hysterically while they're watching the show, and they're talking about so-and-so and this person and that person and doing this and this, and they find it hilarious. But the dude from Conchi, his accent is so Delco.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh my God. It is. Yeah, it's definitely all over it. And the girl is also, who's from Delaware County. I just know sketches of information, but I thought it was pretty funny when the guy, I did see his indoctrination into the show, and he's like, yeah, from Conshohocken. I'm like, did he just say Conshohocken? Like, when do you ever hear the town of Conshohocken mentioned on a syndicated television show?
Isn't it hilarious, though, how giddy you get? Like, if in a show, listen, with all that's going on in the world, if I see something I recognize, like our skyline in a movie,
I know, totally.
And it's just something that you can't help it. So when you hear a contestant, I don't care how bad the show is, and we're looking at the trailer for the show, and it looks pretty bad, but, hey, it's cool.
I can't help but think, though, people who know nothing about this area who actually just hear the word Conshohocken and say, what in the hell is that?
Well, I told you, I've bemoaned the fact for years that anytime someone is from Long Island, New York, which is where I spent most of my earlier formative years, they're a raving moron. And that's the way it's constantly the way it is. This kind of guy. And so there's a lot more people on Long Island, but that's the impression you would get all the time.
Okay, so the guy's name is Ed. Somebody's texting in about him, and he was on The Challenge, I guess, which was on MTV.
It used to be the Road Rules versus Real World Challenge, and now it's just called The Challenge.
Oh, really?
So does this have a vibe like that, like an MTV Real World?
Not. I didn't get Real World from
you're not watching it,
but it's definitely got that MTV sensibility. And they're really playing it up for the camera and everything. All I know is Rochelle and Caroline are laughing their asses off while watching the show. So good for them. I'm glad they found the show.
Sure.
Now there's another show on Netflix, and I have not seen this. Steve has, though, that has a tie to our area. And it's on Netflix, and it's The Worst Roommate Ever.
Yeah. Casey had mentioned it last week as well. You watched one of the episodes. I think this might have been the premiere. I watched that one as well with an older woman. So this is, as you would imagine, these are sociopaths who end up being, living in proximity to you or whatever. And then this story arose, Preston, that you're going to talk about.
Yeah, some dude who ended up... the people ended up dead in this particular story.
That's kind of an underlying theme to all of these, Preston.
Yeah, the first two episodes I watched, and people were dead.
So this was in Montco. So in 2017, it's the saga of a serial squatter, and it ended in 2 shocking deaths in Montgomery County. The story is available for streaming on the Netflix series, and it's based on New York Magazine's viral 2018 article, The Worst Roommate Ever. The series of the same title tells the story of Jameson Bachman, or as his Chestnut Hill roommate Alex Miller came to know him as Jed Creek. So his name is Jameson Bachman, but he went by Jed Creek, a name that he had used to respond to a fateful Craigslist ad that Miller had posted seeking a roommate. And that exchange would serve as the beginning of an increasingly nightmarish string of events. So you can watch this episode, but I'm gonna reveal what happened here if you don't mind.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, so as Jed Bachman contacted Miller about the room, saying that he was a lawyer from New York who had grown up outside of Philly and that he needed a place to stay in the area to deal with some family issues. And after meeting up, the two became roommates. Bachman wrote a check for Miller immediately and then moved in the same evening. And it started to get weird almost immediately, according to this article. Bachman showed up with 6 plastic bins, which contained all of his worldly possessions, as well as a cat, which Miller was allergic to and unaware that Bachman had. Bachman removed light bulbs from shared living spaces, took kitchen chairs to build a desk in his room, moved Miller's personal items around, and then refused to pay his portion of the utility bills. And after finding a cigarette butt in the toilet bowl, Bachman refused to pay the next month's rent, insinuating that Miller had broken the, quote, warranty of habitability. There you go.
Yeah.
A warranty of habitability and covenant of quiet enjoyment. That's what he called these. He said, according to Miller, he said, we agreed that he would share the cost of paying the bills. And he said later, Jed would laugh at me when I asked him to pay the bills.
It's not a good sign.
And he said when he laughed at me, it was sinister. It was demeaning. It was patronizing, like I was stupid. Miller's mother ran a search on Bachman's phone number, revealing that he wasn't Jed Creek at all. Instead, they found out that his true identity was Bachman and that he was a serial squatter who had terrorized roommates up and down the East Coast.
When you're locked into an effing nightmare like that, it just seems like there's no way out.
Bachman, Miller found out, knew just enough about tenancy laws to take advantage of roommates by not paying rent, refusing to leave, and eventually forcing them to move out of their own houses. Primarily, he'd accomplished that through weird domestic torture, like clogging toilets with cat litter. But at least one former roommate, a woman named Arlene Herbiden
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Chris. We had a story in the news earlier this morning in Radnor Township that their police are investigating a series of pickpocket thefts from local restaurants. And apparently it's the scam where if you have a purse and you have it hanging on your seat, that they will come up and rummage through there and grab something and take off.
So does this have the feel of these come along every couple of years and people get lax and then they forget about doing it and they'll just rest it over? And it takes something like this to remind people that is a big risk.
Yeah. I think people just, these are, victims that aren't really paying attention, and that's what they look for, these soft targets. So I don't necessarily, I think it never stopped happening. This is just a series in the same place.
People become more aware of it.
People become more aware. And so when it happened to us, we were at a long table. We were at it was a rehearsal dinner. And then these people came in and sat right behind us, So, Press, they were basically sitting, back to back like this. And then just kind of nonchalantly, they just kind of reach back and then they'll reach
without
down,
even looking.
Without even looking.
Okay.
They just feel
Not to
around
raise
and
suspicion.
feeling for phones or wallets or whatever.
So for the longest time, my wife Claire would bring 2 bags with her. One would be filled with manure.
Oh, that's so smart.
And she would hang that on the chair and she would keep the other real pocketbook on her lap.
Right.
Yeah, and then after a while we thought this is stinking up the car.
You got to drag around a smelly bag for a little while, but
it was working against purpose.
Yeah.
So this post on Radnor Police Department's Instagram account, they share that this has happened. I wish they had shared what the restaurants were because I live in that area and I would like to know. The one where they say that it's a breakfast location in Villanova, I was wondering if it's a First Watch, which is a really nice breakfast restaurant. It's right near Villanova's campus. But Steve, my wife doesn't put manure in her purse. She does, however, do the thing where if we're sitting at a bar, she immediately looks for one of those hooks underneath the bar.
Yeah.
And she hangs it there every time. And I feel like that's relatively safe. I think that is a pretty good prevention technique.
Yes and no.
Yeah,
Because
really?
If the hook is right in front of you and you have your foot on your purse, great. But if it's 1 or 2 stools over,
right,
and you might not, have eyes on it, it's kind of like unspoken girl code, friend code, partner code, where like I'm putting my purse here. Please, everybody kind of keep an eye on it.
Right.
That's why I might be like loudly say like, hey, I'm going to put my bag right here on this hook. And it's also like, sometimes you can tell when a man has designed a bar or picked out the chairs because your purse doesn't hang on it properly. You can't put it behind you if it's like an open chair. It'll fall out or somebody
think about these
react
things.
to it.
Maurice, do you think your senses are a little bit more keen than ours being in the city? You know, and that's so this is happening in Radnor. So yeah, you know, Steve, it's kind of like your friends and neighbors, right?
Yeah,
you just
yeah.
sort of let your guard down. You live in quiet suburbia.
It's not going to happen here.
Nothing would ever happen here, but you live and do everything in the city.
I think it depends person to person. I have one friend who has beautiful purses. She spends a lot of money on them, and she will happily just drop it on the ground in the chair next to us, and like doesn't mind that it's on the bar. And I'm always like, that is a Chanel bag. She's like, whatever, it's just a purse.
Okay.
But I'm always like, I think I'm more anxious about that than other people, and there's people out there in the same way. There's actually a restaurant in the city that had a string of this going on too, where the chairs kind of hang from the ceiling.
Okay.
So if you don't want to wedge it in the chair with you, you put it on the floor, and people were just kind of like kicking it out, grabbing it, and walking away with it.
They were like swinging like benches, or how do they hang from the ceiling?
Think of like a sex chair, Steve.
Oh, really?
No. Think more like in the 70s, those like wicker rattan chairs, like those kind of things.
But they were suspended from the ceiling?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do like those chairs.
I mean, it's really
especially
cool
for
looking.
sex.
Yeah, exactly.
When you're going on to have sex in a restaurant, Preston,
Right.
those are the chairs you want to look for.
Well, they make a little noise,
They
but
do.
that's kind of nice. They're kind of creaky.
Hey, so with these people that were pickpocketing, was it the same MO? Like, did they get caught mid-act and then like cause a scene and
I don't know.
and then run out?
Do you know
there are very few details in the story case, but I would like to know, anyone listening, 610-660-9333, you know, if you've ever flat out busted someone cold who's trying to pickpocket you, steal from you, and also the people like literally reaching into your pocket, that type of thing. I wonder if that still happens much anymore.
It happens a lot. I know, and you were right to raise an issue with my manure bag concept that we're employing.
Smells bad.
But what if you had, this would be something that designers could jump on, like you were talking about, you know, some of the top designers, a pocketbook bear trap.
Okay, all right, now I'm listening.
Preston, right?
Small bear trap.
Yeah, small enough
Right.
for like an Hermes bag.
Right.
You know, and even a clutch.
Yeah.
But it serves the same purpose.
I
Like
think so.
mousetrap size.
Basically.
You could do that.
But with, you know, like sharp
Teeth.
Yes.
That
teeth
could
on it.
immobilize a bear.
I like that.
Yeah.
It happens a lot too with cell phones. So like a cell phone, if I put my cell phone in my pocket, it's going to stick out. So if I'm like out at a bar or out for the night, somebody can just bump up behind me and just slip my cell phone right out of my pocket.
I never
Take it
used.
out.
I never. So my mother growing up was. I think she was probably had worked at Shawshank or something prior, because security was her big thing. So never held anything in our back pockets. I've always carried my money and my credit cards. I've said this on the air, loose in my pocket. It makes it harder to grab it in a clip. You know, I mean, it's just the stuff that you worry about.
Yeah.
Many times needlessly so. But the one time you're at a place in Wayne and somebody pickpockets you. You know?
So, but when you were talking about, you know, when you see it in the movies, right? You're just walking past somebody in the street, they accidentally bump into you, but somehow reach into your coat lapel pocket.
Yep.
And,
The ones
and
who-
get like, does that?
Casey, the ones who are good at it I mean, it's insane how they do the bump, they do the brush by.
That one I can kind of appreciate a little
Right.
bit more. You know, these lazy people who want to, you know, just, you know,
Reach into a bag.
Reach into a bag.
But
And,
if-
yeah.
It's not a skill set.
It's not a skill set.
Yeah.
If you're Matt Damon in Ocean's 11,
Yes.
yeah, that's acceptable because it's cool.
Do you know what's another one, Nick? Is the and you'll see it, and Marissa, in supermarkets.
Oh, yeah.
The pocketbook in the seat
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
opened up.
But if you just turn your head for a minute to
Right.
look at something on the shelf, anybody could walk by. You talk about putting stuff in your front pocket, Steve. Right here, I have shown you guys my cell phone in my front pocket.
Right.
It barely fits. I have half a cell phone, and that's as deep as my pocket
And
is.
that is indicative of women's pants pockets, right?
Yes.
Not
they're
cargo pants.
I'm saying, man. I'm wearing
Dude,
right now.
so
Nice
you can
and-
mock them all you want.
You can hear that Velcro rip open if they get
Dude,
in there.
Preston, you could put that oldie time phone in your pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
honestly, if I hear, I'm like, hey, hey, what do you think you're trying to pull here?
Well, there's
you.
Yeah.
so many pockets to choose from. How are they going to go for the right one?
Yeah,
know.
exactly. It's going to take some time.
This raises a good point. It's
For
too
sure.
many pockets.
Confuse them.
Right.
That's what you got to do. But they say that, you talk about carrying your wallet or your cash or whatever in your pockets, and a telltale giveaway, especially if people are on vacation, and pickpockets will look for this, is if you randomly tap where your money is. And even if it's subtle, they can pick up on that. Just to recheck. All right, is my wallet there? Yeah, it's there. And so you do a little tap there. And if for the people who are on the prowl, they can see that and they know exactly where it is.
So Harry Anderson from Night Court
yeah.
was a street con artist for a little bit, magician, and he did know, and he talked about his ability to pickpocket and do exactly what you said, Preston. Look for something happens and people tap. Let me check where my wallet is. Let me check where my stuff is. Where my bag of manure or bear trap bag is.
Right, but that's why I have zipper pockets, man. Like that's why I love my Adidas shorts, my Adidas pants, because they all have zipper pockets. So it will ward off pickpocketers, and then B, things don't fly out of your pocket.
Yeah, you don't lose your vape pen or something like
exactly.
that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially in Europe, you'll see a lot of people wearing their backpacks on their front.
Yeah.
Do you ever notice that? So,
No.
like, you can kind of like keep an eye on something. If you're traveling, if you're a tourist and you have a backpack, like an extra large bag, you put it on the front so that you can protect it. There's also times where, like, they'll say if you get on a subway or a really crowded space, pickpocketers will kind of crowd you so
Right.
much so that they can even unzip your bag if you have like a crossbody.
Yep.
So you're supposed to even like put it under an extra layer that they can just not snag it.
So I have not seen this, Marissa, of the backpack in the front.
Mm-hmm.
Are there actual front bags that are designed to be worn that way?
I'm sure.
Because to me, that would look like body armor.
More now, what you'll see is the zipper of the backpack will be on the back of it. So, like, if you go to
on the part that is touching your back.
So instead of
not outward facing.
Yeah, instead of a traditional backpack where you can just unhook it or unzip it from the front,
Mm-hmm.
you will actually have to take off the backpack to reach
see.
the zipper.
Okay, yeah.
But you'll notice it, especially in Europe, you'll see a lot of people carrying their backpacks in the front.
I'm going to go to some calls. I have, let's go to Joe, who's on the air. Hi, Joe. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, man. What's up?
So, 2009, I was at the Yankee Day Parade after the World Series, and I was in a bar, and I felt like my jeans get tugged. So I'm sitting there, and I look back behind me. It's all crowded and everything, and then all of a sudden, I feel a hand in my back pocket. Well, I had a whole bunch of flyers and papers from the day and stuff. So I guess somebody thought I had my wallet there. But I grabbed the dude's arm, and I'm like, yo, what are you doing? He started running, like pulling me. And then it was still crowded. Me and my boys, we tried to run him down, but I kept my pocket. I know we were in New York. I kept my wallet in my front pocket.
Front
my
pocket.
jacket.
Yep.
How outlandish, though.
Pocket.
How wild that he's sticking. I mean, think about the hubris involved.
Yep.
Just the balls to stick your hand in the back of a dude. Were you wearing loose slacks or jeans? What were you wearing?
I was just wearing, regular jeans.
All right.
I mean, it was right there in my pocket. But I mean, the dude's face. I can still remember how scared the dude was because I grabbed his arm.
Yeah,
Yeah, flat out
One of
busted.
the craziest things I ever thought of.
Yep. All right. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it. I remember my dad ages ago. Somebody gave it to him or he bought it, but it was a wallet that was supposed to deter pickpocketing. It had some kind of material on it that made it very difficult to get out of your pocket.
Okay.
My dad tried using this thing, but he had the hardest time getting it out of his own pocket all the time.
Was it like velour or something?
Yeah,
like
it was
that?
some kind of dense. It's hard to explain, Casey. Almost like a rigid velvet, almost like a sandpaper or
And
something
it
like
would
that.
sort of stick to the material
it
in
would
your
stick
pocket.
to the
But it also it foils you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
I mean, a little extra effort for safety.
Goddamn wallet.
I'm going to go line 3, Case.
Yes.
All right, we'll go to Michelle. Hi, Michelle. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. What's going on, Michelle?
So I was at Reading Terminal a few years ago, and somebody. I had one of those little pocketbooks that you just hang over your arm. It doesn't go over your shoulder. And a guy put his hand in my bag, and I could feel it. Like, I literally felt him tug on my bag. And I was like, what do you do? Like, I was like, what is going on? And he just grabbed, he's like, oh, my God, you're acting crazy. What is wrong with you? I was like, I know that I wasn't wrong, but he was just absolutely crazy. And then I had my phone stolen from me on the L, right out of my hand.
Right out of your hand. So what did they just do, a run by? How did they do it?
So she grabbed it, and I looked up at her, and I thought maybe it was somebody that I knew, like, joking around.
Right.
No, she took off on 6th Street. Well, I chased her down, but I couldn't catch her, and then she smacked me across the face.
Whoa.
And then SEPTA came and took a report. They locked her up. Later on that day, she had gotten 3 other people.
Oh, wow.
Nice. They got her.
Yeah, that's
so you
good.
can get her for assault as well, can you not?
I did. Well, they never went to court because it was during COVID, and, you know, they were letting everybody go during COVID.
Yeah.
But she was locked up at the time when I went and made the ID because they made me go down and do a photo array.
But you know, Michelle,
Wow,
you raise a good
thanks.
point, because part of the deal is, in those guys, they know, as you said, Preston, if they get caught, they know how to create a scene. Like the guy that threw the bizarre racist
Which
thing
is
as he's trying to pickpocket you.
right around the corner from where she was at Reading Terminal Market.
Right.
Oh, it could have been the same dude.
Create a scene and confuse and confound, and then you're in the clear.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly.
They'll yell accusations at you.
Right.
Yeah.
You're crazy. Get your hands off me.
You're an Elvis impersonator. Get away.
There's that Steve from Malcolm X. Get your hand out of my pocket.
Yeah, yeah,
You know, just
yes.
causing a distraction.
And it totally worked because the dinner party that I was at, there were a bunch of meatheads in there. People that could have and possibly would have pounded this dude, but we were like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah. Well,
this
that's
isn't
it.
on us. This is on you.
Yeah. Do you remember? I think it was several years ago, and it was around Penn's campus, that there were people stealing phones regularly.
Yes. Yeah,
out
I do
of
remember that.
people's
Yeah.
hands. So that was a
Do
regular.
you remember the modus operandi? How they would just run by?
I think it just come by and grab it, just snatch it right out of your hand.
Do you know what they're doing? The scooters case, the electric scooters. They'll come up on from behind. They'll see somebody walking along on their phone like this. If they're following directions or whatever, bam, and off and running.
They better,
Or scooting.
The second you take one hand off of a scooter, though, you become very, very unstable. So be careful of that if you're a pickpocketer.
If you're a pickpocketer, please wear a helmet.
Yeah,
if you're performing a felony today, wear a helmet.
Wear a helmet.
So we had, and I've told this story on the air before, but I'll tell it again because of this conversation. There's a rash of pickpockets in Radnor Township, if you're just tuning in. But my sister and I and her friend were we were in France for vacation. We were in Nice in southern France, and we were at a cafe sitting outside just enjoying the French atmosphere.
Oh, right. I remember this story.
It was great. Having our cappuccinos, wonderful.
Ooh la la.
And a guy comes up and starts talking to us in French. He's holding a map. He's pointing at it, and we're looking at him, and he knew. He hung out. He realized that these are Americans. We don't speak the language. And we're sitting here going, I don't know what you're saying. I'm not sure. Well, unbeknownst to us, he had, the girl, Christina, that we were with, had her backpack hanging on the back of the chair, and he deftly took the whole thing. And so we didn't even see it. He walked away, and then he ran across the street. Car honks its horn. We're like, that dude's nuts, man. He just ran out into traffic. Not even realizing.
And you're not realizing.
He had the backpack with him. We didn't find out till we were done with our meal or whatever.
And you're getting up?
And what's that?
And you're getting up
and
from the
getting
table?
up, and she's like, "Where's my backpack?" And we're like, "Did you have it with you?" Yeah, I had it here. I put it on the backpack. No, what happened? Oh my
put two and two
God!
together.
The guy. And then we had to go to the American consulate, and eventually somebody found the backpack in their yard,
empty,
and tracked. But the passport was still in there.
Oh wow! Well,
I believe so. Christine was able to actually get it.
Man.
We went to the police and stuff, but yeah.
So when we were over, when we took that river cruise, and you're kind of over, there are overseers. We weren't in areas that were well known for this, but you keep your guard up. And then one of the things, when I had a lot of my camera stuff with lenses, and that is specifically to be worn like across the front of your body.
Well, There was a reason why I didn't want to go to the Eagles Packers game in Brazil last year, because I had heard as an American, like your target, and they will do that. We'll just walk up or they'll be on like mopeds.
Yes.
And somebody on the back,
Right.
boom, just snag whatever is in your hand.
Hold on, I have a couple of calls concerning Venice, believe it or not. I'm going to go to Jamie first. Hi, Jamie, good morning.
Good morning. This is Jean.
Oh, Jean, hi.
And yes, hi.
Hi.
Yes, I was in Venice last month, and my brother and I, we were on one of the bridges looking out over the bay, and I felt something odd around my waist where my handbag would be. And I looked down, and there's this young girl, about 7, with her hand in my purse.
7.
Well, no, she could not open the mechanism on my purse. So the mother's helping her undo the mechanism. And the little girl, in the meantime, is still taking my things in my purse. So they got away from us. And we did call the police. They said that in Italy, they will not
prosecute.
Yes, they will not prosecute a woman if she's with if a child, and this little girl was 7.
So
Wow.
if they
her.
Wow, I had not heard that. So if it seems
Either that
kind of
or
a
the
weird
cop was
law.
pulling a fast one as
We
well.
don't- If they pickpockets with their daughter, we won't arrest them. Okay, that sounds made up.
Wow, thanks, Gene. I appreciate it. Hang on, I'm going to go to Tommy. Also has a story about Venice. Hey, Tommy. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, so it's not exactly an actual pickpocketing story, but, my wife and a couple that we're friends with went over to Italy, and we had heard multiple stories of people getting pickpocketed. And so we wanted to train up for it, make sure it didn't happen to us. And so, our girls got these front bags like Steve and Marissa were talking about. It's just a front zipper pocket and wraps around, and it's supposed to be in the front. And so they were good. And then in addition to that, we decided to practice pickpocketing each other. So in Venice, we tried to be unsuspecting and try and go at it, innocently. But while we were not not watching, we would go up to each other, no matter who it was, and just put our hands in each other's pocket, our hands in the bags, and just practice our reactions. So some of us would catch each other, grab each other's arm, rip it away, and fake punch each other. And
I love this idea that you're running pickpocket drills prior to travel. That's great.
Yes.
Yeah, and did you get pretty good?
Yeah.
Did you get pretty good?
Oh yeah. Yeah, and we had a couple rules. So yeah, obviously have honest reactions to it. Also, don't let anybody stop you. So if anybody was trying to talk to us,
right,
we would say, we're busy. We got to do something else. So there's one couple that was coming up to us trying to talk to us like they're activists about stopping addiction in Italy. And we felt bad, but we was like, no, we can't stop. And meanwhile, my buddy's trying to pickpocket me while he's talking to me.
I love this, that you're trained up for your trip. That's pretty solid.
That is great. Yeah.
And did anybody get pickpocketed while they were there?
No.
How about that?
It worked.
All right, Tommy. Thanks, man.
That's hilarious. You're running pickpocket. All right, again. Do it again.
All right, we actually have a sergeant with the Radnor Police who is on the line. Nick, I can't read your. Is it McHale?
Brady McHale.
Brady McHale. Okay, let me go to Sergeant McHale. Sarge, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Preston and Steve and folks. How are we doing?
We're good, man. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. So you guys have had a little run-in with these people at restaurants, stealing from purses and so on. You wanted to give us a heads up on what to keep an eye out for?
Absolutely. And like a lot of your callers have said this morning, just some universal precautions. If it seems too good to be true, it probably is. Those individuals that come up to you. One thing that we see a lot is folks that will bump into you, crowded restaurants or bars. When you get, that you feel that and you look over, we've also seen where folks will actually start unzipping a bag and then maybe walk away and tell the subject, hey, do you know your bag's unzipped? And it's completely unsuspecting to the victim. And ultimately, they've already gone in there, grabbed credit cards or cash, whatever's available. And it's a shame.
So the scam works that they will rob them and then unzip the bag and then alert them to the fact that the bag is unzipped?
Right, almost as if they're, the good Samaritan. Excuse me, ma'am, do you know that your bag's unzipped?
Wow. But that's a
pretty good idea.
move.
Hey, Brady, how were you guys made aware of these recent incidents in Wayne and Radnor and Villanova?
So they were all 911 generated calls. The one which was published yesterday with the two subjects, I'm not sure if you guys saw that video that was released on our social media platforms, but the two males, that was actually in progress. That call came in when someone went to pay for their meal and they turned around and realized that their wallet had been, rifled through, and there was only one other couple in the restaurant at the time. So with the reviewing of the surveillance video, we were able to identify those two suspects.
Okay. Casey was saying earlier that, an incident that he witnessed one time, they tried to cause a distraction. Was there any of that, or these guys were just trying to pull off a heist and then got out of there?
Well, the two in that incident seemed like they knew exactly what they were doing. They positioned themselves so close to these diners, and actually at one point in the surveillance video, moved the table closer to the other guests in the restaurant, and then utilized their sport coat over the handrail and reach right into the woman's purse, and are able to access what's inside. So these are methodical movements. They know exactly what they're doing. And it's not necessarily the crime of opportunity, but the opportunity does present itself.
Right.
And they watch body language. Like when you go out, that's why I say just be aware of your surroundings. People are watching you as much as you can watch them.
Yeah, it's true.
All right.
Good advice.
So one last thing real quick. Do you think that if we provided BirdBot, that might help you guys? Because I know you were able to see BirdBot during the Eagles Super Bowl parade.
Yeah, well, he did bring a lot of luck to the city of Philadelphia and their football team, so perhaps he could help us out here at Radnor PD. But I'll tell you what, we have some pretty good investigators and officers who are
all right. If you ever need the backup,
you let us know.
Yeah, you let us know.
All right, thank you, Sergeant McHale. Good to talk to you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, we'll see you later. All right, well, yeah, these guys obviously are working in tandem, and they're trying to scam as many people as possible, so keep an eye out.
Be careful out there.
And they're in the main line. Obviously, they're going where the money is.
Yeah.
Trying to get some big scores. So, all right. Well, listen. Thank you for the calls, and I apologize to those we didn't get a chance to get to during that segment. But we have to take a break because we're going to go live on Fox Good Day in just a moment. Do we have to break right now?
Right now, yeah.
Okay, we got to break right now. We'll come back in a moment, and then Steve's got a charity event we got to tell you about when we return, as well as Bizarre File. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us, friend.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Altercations of Bachman that resulted in restraining orders. Bachman even took two of her cats to area kill shelters after taking over her apartment.
Jesus. Oh, my God.
Another former roommate, someone named Sonia Acevedo, found that he regularly behaved violently. Acevedo came to block herself in her own room with a chair, worried that he might snap at any time, and booby-trapped the door when she wasn't home to see if he was entering her space. By the way, Bachman was from Elkins Park. He graduated from Cheltenham High School in 1974.
Yay.
Friends interviewed in the series described him as smart, charming, and good-looking, and said most people thought that he had a bright future despite a tumultuous family background. He attended Tulane University in New Orleans, but it was there that one friend, identified as Bob F., says Bachman witnessed a brutal murder and that changed him forever. So a guy named Ken Gutzit, a friend of Bachman's, was murdered at a frat house following an argument at the school's library. Gutzit bled to death from a slashed neck. And after witnessing that, Bob F. says that that changed Bachman's outlook from upbeat and positive to very dark and very paranoid.
This is the nightmare, I think, of, and I know people who do it will enter into living situations with basic strangers, with a very little bit of vetting.
Right.
And I think, like in this series, kind of focuses in on a number of these situations that go horribly wrong.
I had to live with somebody for a couple months that I didn't know.
Right.
I'll tell you about that in a second. I'm going to get you a little bit more on this. And if you have a roommate that went nutty on you story, feel free to give us a call, 215-263-WMMR. So after learning Bachman's true identity, Miller threw a lengthy party at her home with drinking, smoking, and rap music, 3 of Bachman's apparent pet peeves, as a way to get him to want to leave. Well, that escalated into assault. Bachman choked Miller, slamming her leg in a door, slashing at her with a knife. He was arrested, and Miller filed for a protection from abuse order that included Bachman's eviction. Bachman's brother, Harry, ended up bailing him out of jail twice, which ultimately would result in both of their deaths. So in November 2017, and I don't remember seeing this story, but Bachman killed Harry in his brother's Elkins Park home. Killed his own brother. In his home.
Yes.
With the district attorney's office saying that Harry suffered blunt force trauma to the head and body. After the murder, Bachman fled in his brother's car and used his credit card to check into a hotel in Upper Moreland Township. And there, a SWAT team served an arrest warrant on Bachman, but not without a struggle. As the series points out, Bachman swung a camp-style axe at officers.
I do remember this.
Striking one in the face and another one in the arm before being taken to custody. However, he would never go to trial for Harry's murder. He hanged himself in his cell at Montgomery County Correctional Facility.
So he ends up killing his own brother.
60 years old.
He's got his list of things. He tortures his roommates. Kitty litter in the, to back up the toilet.
Yeah. And he was doing that regularly.
Yeah,
He would live with people and drive them crazy.
And then chase them out.
And what are you getting out of that?
That's the question. Is it because you just feel this need to exert control over people? Is that it? Is that the big thing?
I don't know. But you talked about people not knowing each other, having to cohabitate, and it happens regularly.
They do it all the time. Yeah,
happens at college. You get a dorm roommate, and you don't know who they are. I had when I first started getting into radio, I entered into this internship program that was kind of a move away and live there type of thing. And the guy who owned the radio station owned an apartment complex, so he would put you together with the other intern that was being a part of this program.
Right.
And so I lived with this other dude for a couple of months, and after, it was fine. The first few weeks are always fine, right?
Yeah.
And then after a while, he started getting a little weird. Nothing, I don't have any really good stories for you, but I just know that after a while, I was like, yeah, this is why you don't just join up with people and start living together, because after a while, you're going to find out something about them. If you know somebody for a series of months, at least you got a pretty good idea at who they are and what their quirks are. And it's not so unexpected if they are acting strange.
You're exactly right. That's why it always caught me as incredibly bizarre when you'd see, like it used to be years ago, classified ads looking for a roommate. I'm like, really?
Right.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
No, I'll live alone.
Yeah.
I'll work harder. I'll work around the clock to pay my rent, but there's no way I'm just out of the blue gonna live with someone.
See, in Canada, a lot of times people will turn their basements into apartments that they will rent out to people. And I know this from HGTV shows. There is no way I could possibly ever rent out my apartment living above.
My parents
had two
have done
basement
it.
apartments.
Yeah, my parents have done it. My dad has always put something either in the basement or off of the side of the house, and they've always had a rental.
No kidding.
On their house, yeah.
Ever have any
crazies?
Yeah.
Any people go a little loopy?
No, not real. No, I don't think so. I mean, they my mom was always trying to help people. So it was always like, you knew the person through, 3 lines down. It was like a friend of a friend of a friend or whatever.
Okay.
So they didn't really I don't think they ever put it out there to say room for rent and just random people came in. It was sort of word of mouth.
Word of mouth, but a lot of times in the case, I told you guys some of this story. In fact, one of those basement apartments was in Brentwood, Long Island, and then the people who lived upstairs rented the top part of the house to this jackass. And so this guy was on the run from all sorts of bill collectors.
Oh, wow.
So I was constantly dealing with people who would come around to the door in the basement, the other apartment, looking for him, all the time. And I'm like, come on. And then eventually he was supposed to be the one who was making sure the bills, good call on the landlord, paying for the water and all that stuff. That all got shut off. So eventually I told you one night I switched all the locks in the house so that they face my direction. And I'm like, no, this is not going to happen. I had to put my foot down. And then after a while, you're like, why am I fighting for this turf? There are other apartments. Let me get out of here.
Right.
Why is this my battle?
Yeah. Let me go to some calls. I have Laura standing by. Hey, Laura, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Laura?
Hi. So my neighbor and I were just talking about this because we were just talking about the show. When I was 19, I made a very bad decision to go on Craigslist and try to rent a room from a stranger.
Oh, yeah.
I went to Temple and I didn't like my dorm situation. So, very long story short, I met somebody who I was renting his basement from him. He was a little older. He seemed like he had everything together. We signed like an unofficial agreement, I guess, for me to live in his basement. And just like you were describing, like things were just a little off. Like things were weird. The basement apartment also was not a real apartment. It was just a finished basement. So we shared laundry, we shared bathroom, we shared kitchen.
Yeah, no.
So,
Laura, that sucks.
So things were getting weird, really weird. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I felt very uncomfortable. So he said he had a work trip coming up. So I was like, this is my time to like move out. I don't know if he didn't go on a work trip or whatever, but he showed up and saw that I was boxing things up and literally locked all of my stuff in the basement, and I could not get into the house anymore. He like locked me out of the house. And this is on 18th and Federal in North Philadelphia.
Oh, God.
Okay, so you show up and it's locked. What do you do?
I called my dad.
Okay. Yeah.
And I said, you need to come help me.
Bring your gun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he came down. It was in the middle of the night, which adds another creepy layer to it. I was working at a coffee shop and, closing down the store, so I was coming home late. And, so I called my dad, and my dad basically was pounding on the door and threatening to call the cops and said, you need to let my daughter get all of her stuff out. And he kept demanding money. It was,
well, let me ask you,
so bizarre.
Let me ask you something. So, had you informed him you were leaving, or were you beating a hasty retreat without his knowledge?
So I had my boyfriend at the time was staying with me too. And I was like, we got to pack up and get out while he's like on this business trip. Because it was just too creepy.
Right.
So,
and when you say
came home and
when you say creepy, was he being like sexually creepy? Was he being just psycho creepy? What level of creepiness?
I literally can't even put my finger on it, and I honestly don't even remember his name. It was like I blacked this whole experience out.
All right, yeah, I get it.
No, absolutely.
But maybe little things said, little glances, stuff like that.
Yeah, I would find things in the shared bathroom.
I could not do that.
Like I probably can't say, but like it was just gross and weird and uncomfortable.
No.
Dear God,
sharing a bathroom with a stranger, sharing a kitchen with a stranger, no effing way. I mean, I understand it might have been something you had to because of the situation, but you'd have to hold a gun on me to do that.
Oh, well, now I'm a mom and I'm an adult, and I'm like, my kids can never, ever, ever do what I did.
Yeah.
And it was so, I felt like it was out of desperation almost because I couldn't afford rent by myself. So I really wanted to be on my own, living in Philadelphia. Like I just wanted that life. And, never.
No, I think a lot of people are in that same boat.
Thanks, Laura.
It's a common thing. Yeah.
I think most of these stories are going to start with, so I went on Craigslist.
Yes.
Right? And by the way, which I shudder to think about. Never once did I ever use Craigslist, but I have heard nothing but horror stories.
Yeah, right? It's
about,
never good.
Especially when it comes to meeting up with people or...
Unless you say you're putting an armoire on the curb, come pick it up.
I had friends that there was 3 roommates together, and one had gotten another job somewhere else. They had just signed the lease for the next year. This person found a job and they had to move out, and they put their room up on the city paper. The personals there, but without the other 2 roommates' knowledge, and there was a huge fight about that.
Sure.
Gigantic fight. And it's like, listen, man, I'm sorry but we just signed a lease, right? You don't get to like try and figure this out like on your own. Like, we should have a say on who is going to move into our house. And luckily it didn't end up turning into anything.
Right.
But it ended in the friendships are over, but
yeah.
I had a friend whose roommate in college would leave kiss marks on her bra.
Oh my God.
She would take her bra out of the laundry basket and put a red or pink kiss mark, like lip mark on it. And we could not figure out why.
Was it a little love letter of sorts?
No.
I think afterwards, but we'll hear that fade up in a second, and then it will be TV time for us and Mike and Alex, and we'll see what they have going on. Then later on this morning, we got some money to give away in conjunction with the Naked Gun movie, and we're going to need your dad jokes. I'll get the details in a bit. There's that music I mentioned. Here we go.
Like wild horses, just like wild.
Preston and Steve, I have somewhat of an odd question.
Right?
Do you come from a sleep-supportive family or a non-sleep supportive family? Do they say, hey, Preston, when you were a kid, get out of bed, you sleepy, you bum?
Yeah, they're like, it's 9 a.m. Really? Don't be lazy.
Well, school day, yeah. I mean, get up, move, let's go. But on the weekends, we were always, and in the summertime, I was pretty much, I'd call sleep-friendly household.
So my household was split.
Yeah.
So my mother would acquiesce a little bit more, but my father, military, had been in the military. So, and I'll tell you when it all changed, when we got a small 17-foot runabout boat. And then we'd be waking up at like 6 o'clock on the weekends to get the boat out and all that stuff. So, and he would come in with sort of military things he had learned, like he'd say to, I can't say what he would say to get us out of bed. But so I've always sort of been trained to wake up early regardless. And it sucks.
So he'd come in with a trumpet and do reveille or something?
Yeah, stuff like that. Stuff that probably servicemen would blanch at. He would be yelling to us to get out of bed.
I would be awoken by the smell of bacon being cooked.
Look at you.
And I would just be like,
you're like Ferris Bueller.
Yum, yum, yum. That's waking
I love
up.
that for you.
But to this day, if somebody calls me like at 11 o'clock on a Saturday or Sunday morning, I will fake that I've been up for a long time.
How do you fake that?
Yeah.
Can you do it?
Well, yeah. I just
clear your throat.
Do the energy up thing. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I just got back from getting coffee and I was on a long run, so I didn't get your call.
You have told me that. I'm going for a walk. I just came back.
So,
oh my gosh, you were lying.
I was lying.
Let me get this straight. What time do you routinely wake up on the weekends, Mike?
Child, he doesn't wake up. I've called you before, texted you before at like 10 or 11 a.m. and I don't get a response. So I'm like, is he okay? So then I'll call and you're like, oh, and that's like noon. I won't hear from you till like noon or so.
I'm pathetic.
I still may be asleep. But I was awake at 6, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, but it went back to sleep.
Well, Preston, does your internal clock go off on the weekend from this?
No,
mine does.
not
I
at
wake
all.
up.
I get up at 3:45 during the work week, but no, the weekends 7:30, 8 a.m. That's when I wake up. Yep.
Oh, I'm jealous because I wake up at like 5 a.m., sometimes 4, depends. But I'm always waking up, I look around, and then go back to sleep.
You're not drinking enough the night before. That's what's happening.
Is that what it is?
So true.
It's got to be it. Yeah, a little bit of propofol before bed and you're golden.
Oh, my gosh. I did not come from a sleep-supportive family, though, so that might also be why.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they were like, you need to get up.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, thanks, guys.
All right, take care, guys. We will see you soon. Now, we would, and you know what? I've kind of let that bleed into my kids. If they don't have a responsibility, sleep away.
And I get that. So my brother would sleep till like, my younger brother Tom, like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. I never get up later on the weekends than 7, 6:30. And then it's just my deal. But what my father used to come in, Preston, and say, he'd say, drop
your C words
and grab your socks.
Yeah. Yep. No, that was I'm good to go. Rest.
Make me bacon, Daddy.
Yeah, please do so. Quickly, before we do traffic, Steve, I want you to mention the event that's coming up.
Thank you. Next Monday, it's the Alpha Bravo Canine Dining Out for the Dogs. You guys know the drill. I've mentioned this over the past couple of years. It is really light lifting at the White Dog locations in Exton, Haverford, Wayne, and Glen Mills. And the basic gist is you go have a meal, and I'm going to explain that in a second, but it's going to benefit Alpha Bravo Canine, and they provide dogs, service dogs for veterans suffering from debilitating medical and psychological problems. They give these dogs gratis to people suffering with these situations. It costs a lot to train these dogs and raise these dogs, about $30,000, but the servicemen and women receiving them get them for free. But the cool part is you go have a wonderful dinner at any one of the White Dog locations, as I mentioned, and they're famous. It's become the big thing. Flight of gourmet hot dogs.
Oh, yeah.
And they are, people just are spend all year anticipating this once in a year menu option. We're talking the Coney Island dog, the Southwestern dog, backyard dog, and I don't know what else is on the menu. Actually, Jamie Blackburn from the restaurant group is coming tomorrow to let us sample. But you go have those. They also have things that are like pup cakes and shortbread, dog bone-shaped cookies. All that money goes directly to Alpha Bravo Canine puppy kissing booth. It is very relaxed, very chill. A number of the personalities from the various shows in our group here. I know John Kincaid's going to be out at Exton, where I'm going to be as well.
I'm going to Wayne.
And Nick, you're going to be at Wayne.
Yeah, and the kissing booth, a huge hit.
It is
every
a
year.
huge hit.
Yeah.
And Wayne accommodates the extra. You can bring, I believe, your dogs
You
out
sure
outside.
can. Yeah, it's an awesome location.
It's a great charity. We all became familiar with a couple of years ago. Preston, you guys remember we were at the event. Like it's a no-brainer because White Dog's all about helping dogs. So you're going to do an ultimate good, have a great meal, and just show up anytime, for dinner on Monday from, like 5 o'clock on to like 9 o'clock. And your money will go to help a lot of people. When you see these veterans receive these dogs, the massive change in their lives is amazing because what they do is they can start getting out and getting about and doing all the things they should be doing because they gave us so much. It's nice to give back to them. So that's Monday, and I'll be hitting it again tomorrow and until we get to Monday. So that's all. Thank you.
You got it. All right, we got to take a look at traffic before we get to the B files. So let's dive into that. Marissa, what's going on at this point?
295 northbound is jammed. It is between 73 and 38. Also on 38 westbound, we have that down pole. Right lane is blocked. It's right up Pine Street. Over in Pennsylvania, Blue Route northbound from McDade Boulevard out to Broomall. 76 westbound from the Boulevard out to Gladwin. And 95 southbound from Cottman to the Betsy Ross Bridge. This traffic report is brought to you by CarStar Auto Body Repair Experts. Trust your collision repair to the experts at CarStar with professionally trained technicians who can repair all makes and models. Visit carstar.com. That's carstar.com, and that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Parks Casino, Pennsylvania's #1 casino experience. Street Road, exit off of I-95 and the PA Turnpike. Parks Casino. This is how you win. We'll start with a story in India. In a hair-raising incident, a 2-year-old boy bit a cobra to death with his bare teeth after the serpent coiled itself tightly around his hands.
Take that, bitch.
The extraordinary confrontation left the toddler unconscious but alive thanks to quick medical intervention.
The cobra didn't see that coming.
The boy named Govinda Kumar was playing near his home Friday afternoon when the surreal sequence of events transpired. In Hindu mythology, Lord Krishna, also known as Govinda, the same name as his child, subdued the venomous serpent Kalia in the Yamuna River, a tale that symbolizes triumph over evil. The eerie parallel between the divine legend and the child's real-life encounter has left villagers stunned.
That's pretty amazing.
Govinda, ever curious, had spotted the reptile and perhaps unaware of its lethal nature, threw a piece of a brick at it in play. And then the snake struck back, coiling itself around the child's hand. But what happened next stunned the family and the entire village. Instead of screaming or running, the boy sank his teeth into the snake's flesh, biting it so hard that it died on the spot. The impact of the snake bite caused Govinda to faint immediately. He was rushed to the local primary health center and later referred to a hospital where doctors described the case as highly unusual. According to the medical team, It appears the cobra died from trauma to the head and mouth inflicted by the child's bite.
That's pretty amazing. So may we assume this was a younger cobra?
Don't know. Meanwhile, the venom's effect on Govinda was relatively mild, enough to knock him unconscious, but not enough to be fatal. The medical team is treating the child, providing continuous medication, and he is under observation at this point. But that's crazy.
Footage jumped up in I think it's my Instagram account of a king cobra for a size comparison.
Mm-hmm.
They're effing huge.
Yeah, they can be.
Huge.
Yeah. All right, this story's out of Louisiana. You know, fishing trips are a wonderful, pleasant way to spend the day.
Should be, yeah.
Well, a woman is dead, and another is facing a manslaughter charge after an early morning fishing trip turned deadly. Deputies responded to a shooting just before 5 a.m. Saturday morning.
I was tired of listening to the bitch.
When they arrived, they found 2 women with gunshot wounds, one of them fatally injured. Investigators said that the 2 women, part of a group that went fishing together, got into a physical fight that first broke out at the fishing spot and then resumed inside a vehicle.
Wow, at first I was thinking on Golden Pond gone bad, but this sounds much worse.
During the second altercation, 41-year-old Sarah Duffy allegedly pulled out a handgun. The two struggled over the weapon, which went off twice. One bullet struck the other woman in the head, killing her. Duffy was shot in the leg. The victim was pronounced dead at the scene. Duffy was treated at the hospital, and detectives obtained a search warrant and arrest warrant for her. And they have not yet publicly identified the victim. But that's a bad day of fishing right there.
Yeah, it's always supposed to be sort of like a Zen experience.
A gentleman named Shi Yongjin, the head of China's famous Shaolin Temple, is under investigation for embezzling money and having improper relationships with women. Known as the CEO monk for turning the 1,500-year-old temple into a business empire, she is accused of stealing temple funds and breaking Buddhist rules by fathering at least one child, along with having a relationship with multiple women. He became abbot in 1999 and was known for his global business deals, meeting world leaders and promising that Shaolin Kung Fu worldwide, or promoting Shaolin Kung Fu worldwide. Similar accusations were made against him in 2015, but were dropped due to lack of evidence. This time, China's Buddhist Association has stripped him of his ordination certificate. The temple says that he severely tarnished Buddhism's reputation.
So, as the abbot, if he steps aside, does the Costello step in?
You would assume so. A report fresh from the CDC has revealed a pizza joint that accidentally laced the pies there that they were dishing out with THC oil. Famous Yeti's Pizza in Stoughton, Wisconsin, was forced to apologize after 85 customers experienced symptoms consistent with THC intoxication after eating the tainted pizzas.
They realized something was wrong when they were crawling in the ovens to get the pizza.
Customers ranging from 1 to 91 years old complained of dizziness, sleepiness, and anxiety, and 7 even had to be taken to the hospital. This all happened between October 22nd and 24th of last year when the restaurant ran out of their usual cooking oil, and the owner thought he was substituting with canola oil, but later realized it may have been infused with THC.
So would that create a high? Well, what would it create?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like a potent high, would it not?
It's THC.
Yeah.
Famous Yetis owned the contamination issue in a Facebook post, and they apologized for the incident.
That one event, they became a Fortune 500 company.
Yeah. A British Columbia man suffered minor injuries after fending off a cougar attack by punching the animal in the face.
What's the name, sweet?
Last weekend. The Conservation Officer Service said the attack happened on Saturday near Smithers, BC. The man was working near Lake Kathleen when the animal approached and swiped his upper body. The man told officers he punched the cougar in the face, and the animal then disengaged. The service said the man suffered non-life-threatening injuries and did not need to be hospitalized.
You've had a couple of cougar attack stories recently.
Yeah. Officers said a live trap in the area surveyed the scene but did not locate the cougar. The service said it's monitoring the vicinity in case another response is necessary. While they can pose a risk, cougars rarely do attack humans.
Joe Watson is from Smithers, British Columbia.
Really?
The only reason I know that is that anytime my dad ever mentioned Joe Watson, he would just, the follow-up comment would be, Joe Watson, Smithers, BC. So that just got triggered by that.
Joe could just crush the cougar's skull with his handshake.
Could, yeah.
One final story. Authorities in Alaska had to remove 50 pounds of dynamite found in an old school bus on Wednesday. A special agent in charge, Rebecca Day, said the property owner had discovered the dynamite in the bus, and it was parked on his property. He called law enforcement, which in turn called the FBI. Agents said the dynamite was at least 20 years old, and its location near the highway made it unsafe to try and detonate the explosives there.
It makes me fondly remember Bring Your Dynamite to School Day.
They worked as a team to remove the dynamite to a more appropriate location to dispose of it in a safe and proper manner, which was a controlled burn. The dynamite was doused with chemicals to keep it from exploding while it was burned. The situation was also monitored by a bomb disposal robot. Agents did not provide information on how the explosives got on the bus or their intended use. They did add that the property owner cooperated completely and did the right thing to call the discovery. And now, Day said it's not uncommon for people to find explosives on their property with no idea how they got there.
Really?
She said someone goes to clear out their parents' shed, and that's when they discover it, and they never knew that it was there. This is in Alaska.
Yeah.
You know, so the best thing to do, she said, is call law enforcement, which will assess the situation before making sure the explosives are disposed of safely. So some people just keep explosives around, I guess.
And they also found boxes of crackers.
Oh, no.
And cookies.
What? Yeah.
And boxes of crackers.
Unbelievable what they found. Yeah.
All right.
Boxes of crackers. Box of crackers and a box of candy bars.
Candy bars, not cookies. There you go. And one more clip.
Ooh, finger banging.
Just for fun.
Yeah.
All right. And there you go. That's what we have.
Just so you
in
know, Press, I got that on a hockey now.
the bizarre file for you. Ooh.
Finger banging.
Let's make that our like our Microsoft sound effect. You know, like
as soon as you
booting up.
As soon as you log in or you start the podcast.
Yeah.
That's what.
Ooh, finger banging.
Okay, we'll work on that. We're going to take a break. We have a guest joining us. Jared Polin is here, and he's brought some incredible-looking equipment with him this morning. He's a professional photographer.
Oh, his
years and
stuff
years.
is amazing.
Has a book. It's called Book 2, 22 Years of Music Photography, which is available now. We'll get the details on that, but he's brought something cool along with him, too. So cool. Meet him when we come back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3.
The girl was nuts, and she was nuts all through college. We didn't really stay friends with her, but she, like, I knew people that lived with her later, senior year, junior and senior year, and like she didn't do that, but she would always do bizarre things.
That would be chilling.
So
just
weird.
find kiss marks on your underwear.
I just have to kiss it. I just have to kiss it.
I made out with your bra last night.
Yeah. Okay, this I got to hear. We're going to go to Joe. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up,
Did
Joe?
not start on Craigslist.
Okay, it did not start on Craigslist. All right, go ahead.
So this was really early days of the internet, like 1995 or 6, something like that. I was about 8 years old. My sister, who was much older than me, met a random guy through a chat room, and he lived several states away. And one summer, while we were out of school, he showed up at our house.
Oh, my God. You're
totally
8
unannounced.
years old?
I was 8.
How old is your sister at that time?
She was just graduated high school.
All right, so like 18.
Okay, so dude shows up at your house?
Yeah, so he shows up at our house with another girl.
Okay.
And it was really random, and we didn't, I was 8, so I'm sure I didn't get the whole story, but I didn't really figure out why at first. But the intention was my sister wanted to date this guy, which was probably obvious. And then he ended up living with us for the entire summer, him and the other girl.
No.
Wait, what?
And
Where were your parents in all this?
Yeah, seriously.
He moved in? He and his girlfriend moved in?
He lived in our basement on the couch.
Okay,
we had
hold
a
on.
pull-out couch that they just lived on.
Joe, hang on. Several questions. Okay.
Yeah.
He was a full-grown adult?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he was probably early 20s.
Your parents? What happened there?
I have no idea.
Why would they let this guy, this complete stranger, come in and live at your house?
This is my boyfriend and my boyfriend's girlfriend.
Right.
My parents are way too nice most of the time.
That's almost negligent.
Yeah, naive. So
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to glance over that.
yeah, we'll glance over the parent thing.
They're living there. What happens?
So at the end of the summer, they just randomly disappeared, and they left a whole bunch of stuff at our house.
Okay.
And when they left, the girl that had left her ID at our house.
Yeah.
And when we found the ID, we noticed that she was using a false name the entire time she was living with us.
The old false name. Yeah.
Yeah. So when we looked her up online, we found out like where she was from and like, you know, all that kind of stuff. And it turned out that this guy had kidnapped that girl.
Oh my God.
So you had a kidnapper living in your house with the kidnappee. Did they get along? Was it a case where he had squirreled her away from her parents, or did you get the impression that she was there under duress?
It seemed like a little bit of duress and a little bit of him pulling her away from her parents, because she also was probably about 18 or 19.
That is effed up. By the way, I gave you permission today, and they may be perfectly wonderful people, but go slap your parents for us if you wouldn't mind.
That makes no sense at all.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'd love to hear from your parents.
Yeah, you know it's great. They're playing their records in the basement.
Joe, do you and your sister ever
talk about it?
Reminisce about this little interesting time in your lives?
Funnily enough, I rarely talk to her because of other boy decisions that she had in her life.
Okay, so it started early.
You got out just in time, Joe, or you'd be dating one of these guys.
All right. Thank you, Joe.
And that's a weird one.
Yeah.
So weird.
I had
a lot of layers there.
Well, if you think you're this girl and you're going to get this guy, hey, I like this guy, I want to date him. Yeah, is it okay if I bring a girl? What? And you still follow through with it?
We're talking about
It's okay. She was kidnapped.
Netflix's worst roommate ever, and there was a story of this crazy serial squatter that ended up and driving people nuts that he moved in with. So that's where we got started here. Taking some calls. I'm going to go to Lou next. Hey, Lou, good morning. Hey! It is Lou. Hey, Lou, what's up, bud?
Hey, what's up, Press? What's up, Casey boy?
How are you, Lou?
Marissa.
Hey, now, of course, you're going to have a story about all this.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
All right. Now, listen to this. I was living out in California, and a guy that I knew growing up that I lost contact with got my phone number from another friend and said he wanted to move to California. So I said, yeah, sure, come on. I didn't know him that well, but I'm like, there's no problem. Somebody from back home. It'd be nice to have a familiar face. So he moves into my house. He's been there a couple days. I get up one morning, and my living room is full of computers.
This guy must be very studious.
Yes.
So what happened?
And the company that he robbed from they were friends of mine. And that's how he knew how he could get into the place, because it was an old car dealership that I used to work for.
So Lou, he came out with the intent of using your connection to rob the business that you worked for?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Wow.
I got up. I was pissed. I called them up. I went over there, and I said, listen, I told them the whole story. They came back with a truck. We got all the stuff. I told him he better get out of the house while my buddy and his buddy come in and bring all the stuff back. And then I made him leave.
Yeah.
He met up with a girl and moved in with her. And then eventually he came back. And him and I got in a fight. And we had this big fish tank. And he kicked the fish tank, smashed it, and everything went all over the floor. We wound up rolling around in the
in the fish,
in the fish,
in the glass and fish,
glass and fish. Yes, sir. And it was a salt water tank.
Oh man, Lou, that's a hell of a story. So you were giving the guy finally left. I assume. I'm going to guess you won that fight, and he had to leave, right?
Right. Oh yeah, he left. He since passed away too.
He's dead.
He went back.
I love how you go to bed and wake up and your living room is full of computer equipment.
full of computers, and he's sitting there saying, "Hey, where can we sell these?"
Oh my God!
The balls on this guy, Lou. Did he know your past connections? You know?
Yeah. Oh yeah. He knew my past.
But he thought, hey, maybe Lou would be down this. But he was stealing from your friend, which is
Yes.
I think
Stupid.
a gentleman says, "Do you mind if I steal from your friends?"
At least open it that way, right?
And
You know?
then we can fence
Courtesy.
it together.
Oh, my God.
Right. Oh, yeah, we can go spend the money while my buddy has all his information from all the cars he sold and everything and all out there for someone else. I felt bad. It just broke my heart.
Sure.
Wow.
That's
All right.
hilarious.
Lou, you never let us down. Great to talk to you, man.
All right, yeah, you too. You guys have a great day.
All right. Who's Lou? Dude.
I love that. That's great.
But that goes to the point. Now, obviously, there was a type of character he was dealing with. But you don't know. You know, marriages fall apart after people have been living together for a while. Finally, you go to that neck. We had a whole topic about what you found out about something you've been living with somebody you've been living with for years.
Yeah.
You think it's going to be better if you just met them on Craigslist, or hey, come live with me?
Let me go to, we have Gary has an interesting story to tell. Gary, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you guys today?
Good. What's up, bud?
So this is a really crazy story. So I went ahead and I started renting a room on the Jersey Shore for $400 a month, which is like unheard of.
Right.
And I was super happy about it. The person who I found out was renting it was a friend of a friend, so I didn't think anything of it. And while I stayed there, it really wasn't a big deal. It was like a shared kitchen, shared living room, and I had my own bedroom upstairs, and she lived in the basement.
Okay.
So the first month, it wasn't like a big deal at all. And she's like this 55, 60-year-old woman who, after talking to her for a while, come to find out she is an alcoholic. She drinks regularly every day.
Okay.
And she's anorexic. So she's got a whole slew of problems.
Right.
So after the first month, I was sitting in the living room and just watching TV, and she sits next to me, and she's in that drunken stupor, and she gets close to me and starts touching me inappropriately. And this is, meanwhile, I have a long distance relationship. We're thinking about getting married, all this stuff. And I have the landlord hitting on me and trying to do stuff with
All right, Gary, just for my own satisfaction, age similar to yours, much older. Was she attractive?
She was 55 to 60 years old. I was 26, 25 at the time.
Okay.
So much older. She was, I guess, attractive, but not to the point where no. I would say on a scale, I'd say she was like a 5 or a 6.
Okay.
Do you like succulents? Most people understand what I'm talking about.
Well, I have to ask Gary, because in the little notification up here, it says that she would do naked yoga.
Oh, yeah. So after that encounter, and I got up and told her I had to go to bed, she then started to do my laundry impromptu. Like, she would go into my room, take my laundry, and wash it for me.
No.
Instead of me going to the laundromat and just doing it. And then she would do naked yoga. And the way she did that is that normally she would do yoga in the morning and she'd have it on. So I knew that she was out there and I didn't want to bother her. Well, she was, I guess, smart enough to mute it. So I would go out there and be surprised at her doing naked yoga. And then she would do the dishes with, see-through shorts on to go ahead and try to rile me up. And I stayed there for, me being so naive and not thinking anything of it, I stayed there to reap the benefits for, another 10 months.
Wow.
Until I moved out.
Wow. And this behavior kept happening?
Yeah, it just kept happening, and I didn't have the balls to be like, listen, I don't want anything to do with you. I was just like, hey, she's gonna do my laundry. Awesome.
Yeah.
So you played along to get your laundry clean.
Marissa, our next guest has got a great book out. It is called Book 2, 22 Years of Music Photography. And if you have been in and around not only music events in the area, but sporting events as well, you've probably seen the guy. He's hard to miss. And we are welcoming into our studio Mr. Jared Polin.
Thank you for having me.
Nice to see you, sir. Thanks for being here, man.
Anytime.
You're easy to pick out because your hair is gigantic. You have a very large fro. And is this what your hair does naturally?
Naturally, it's nice and Jewish and curly, but this is when you pick it out.
You do pick it out.
Oh,
okay,
yeah,
all right. So it takes some work.
100% always have a pick in the pocket. And
Nice.
when I need to poof it, I give it a nice little poof.
Very good. Listen, I need to bring something up because, and this is a little communication thing. You brought in some amazing equipment, which I can't wait to hear about. It's so unique. But Marissa had initially told us, she said you were bringing a Civil War camera with you.
Yeah, a Civil War camera would have been if I had a one of those carts, a wagon, the Oregon Trail wagon.
Yes.
But I didn't buy one of those yet. One day I'll roll up with that.
I'm going to tell you, I'm more impressed with what you brought today.
Yeah. There's one of them, and we'll get into this in a moment. It looks like a cannon, like you could shoot a giant cannonball out of it. This thing is huge, but we'll get the origins of that. But let's talk about you first of all, and your career in Philadelphia. You started your photography career here in this city?
Yeah, I started shooting at 13.
Wow.
So long time ago, picked up a camera, thought I could do a good job shooting sports, and then got into shooting sports and ended up with a pass to shoot the Flyers, thanks to my cousin who interned there. So I was able to get one pass. And then through that, I was able to get a magazine to allow me to be their photographer.
Rolling Stone.
Which, it wasn't Rolling Stone at the time, but the sports, it was a local sports magazine. I think it was The Fan or something. And I got a pass through them. So I could go to every single game. Now, my mom might have to drop me off at the game, but I still was shooting games back when I was 17, 18.
So I know that Almost Famous is a prominent movie in your, and as I was reading about you, I'm like, this is Almost Famous Photography Edition. And that's basically what happened, correct?
Yeah, sports was getting boring. And then in college, I saw Almost Famous, and I was like, I want to do that.
Yeah.
I want to go on the road. Picked up the phone, called Rolling Stone. The photo editor picked up. She said nothing. I was like, hey, I would like to shoot for you. She's like, I'll call you if I need you. And she hung up.
Right.
6 months later, I figured I'd call again. Got a new, they had a new photo editor. And I said what I did. And she's like, this is great. Send me some stuff. And if we have somebody coming through town, we'll give you an assignment.
What a thing to learn, though. Persistence. And you make the case about and you are a walking example as you never know until you ask. And also to know to ask again, because the circumstances, as in this case, changed and you were off and running.
Yeah, you just have to ask. My parents always said, what's the worst they can say is no.
Right.
That's how I ended up. First show I ever shot, or not first show I ever shot, but the first Rolling Stone assignment was Norah Jones at the Mann Center. And really not a great place to shoot. It's a good venue to watch. But after the show, I had the tour manager's number. I called him on the phone. I'm like, hey, I'm shooting for Rolling Stone. Can I come downstairs and get some candids? And they're like, well, you can come down and ask Norah.
Yeah.
The thing was, my editor at Rolling Stone was like, there's no chance you're getting backstage. We can't get that. And anyway, whatever. The guy sent up a pass. I go downstairs. He's like, here's Norah. She's like, I don't like getting pictures taken. I said, give me a few minutes. I'll take a couple. And this was shooting film. I took about 10 pictures of her just hanging out and jamming and told her I was done. She's like, that's it?
Yeah, I mean, you brought up the point, by the way, talking about that. And you talked about the photo pit. And I never thought about that. That there is some places have kind of an area that's delineated for photography, for to capture whatever's happening up on stage. And you say the Met because it's an older theater converted that it doesn't have this?
Well, the Met doesn't have a pit either. This was at, did I say the Met?
Yeah, you did.
No, you said the Man.
The Man.
The Man, I'm sorry.
The Man.
Yeah.
The Man doesn't have a pit because they have those seats or up front where people go right against the stage.
Yeah.
The TLA has a good one. Formerly, the Electric Factory was always good. But the key was what most people don't know when you shoot a show. It's not like you just get a pass and you can go to the whole show.
Right.
It's 3 songs and out, which means you get 3 songs and then they kick you out. And when they're smaller bands, you usually just stay and watch. When it's like Aerosmith back in the day, they walk you in, you shoot your 3 songs, and they kick you out of the stadium unless you have a ticket.
Wow.
So it's not all glamorous.
Yeah.
Right? But you do get the access, and the goal is to hopefully get in with the band so that you can get all access to be backstage to capture the things you want to capture.
Jared, one time I got access because I'm a huge Pearl Jam fan, and a friend was able to hook me up to go get that access for Made in America. It was here in 2011 or 2012. It was Pearl Jam and Jay-Z, and I had a piece of crap little digital camera, and I was only up there because I was a fan. and I was surrounded by people like you who are enormously talented and were carrying incredible equipment, and I got so many looks of disdain from these people who were on either side of me because I look like the biggest amateur jerk on the planet. But first of all, as a fan, I was really excited to be up there. Second of all, you get great shots, but it is like it happens quickly. The 3 or 4 songs, they go by fast, and then you were done, and you're like, all right, you got to figure out what you're going to do next.
Yeah, and you know, you bring up the seeing amateurs in the pit. That's been more. That's occurred more now with digital. In going back 10 years, 15 years, you had a lot more people coming into the pit just wanting to be fans. But you have to remember, when you're there, you're not a fan.
Right.
You're not cheering. You're paying attention to capture the moment, and you can't be a fan there. You don't clap. You don't do any of that stuff.
So I told you prior to this interview, I checked your YouTube site out. I'm like, this is a wealth of knowledge here, and I subscribed. And there are a couple things as I was hearing you talk about the purism of what you do, and we had Jeff Coffin in the studio on Friday last week, Thursday, and you know he's dabbling and his stuff is really good, taking pictures, and we were talking about the thing that I think probably holds true with you. You want to capture the moment. You love the backstage stuff. You want the perception to be that you've almost, and I'm paraphrasing, but you open up sort of like the space-time continuum, and on the other side of the camera, you're now able to look through that window as it was in that moment. And we were talking with the advent of so many photo app features and AI features and ways to sort of cheat and embellish. Where do you stand on the trickery after the photo's taken?
Well, we have to remember that photography, pressing the button is half the battle.
Right.
And processing and developing was another part. Like Ansel Adams did so much Photoshop in his time, like in the dark room, that it's okay. I draw the line at cropping. I don't crop.
Really?
Right? I don't take things out of the image that were there. Right? I don't crop personally because I don't want to second guess every single photo that I take. So every photo in book 2, or most of my stuff, like 99.99% of it is never touched.
That's a mind blower.
Well, I just work on composition in my head. I want to see and capture it and not question everything after the fact.
Wow. That makes it even more impressive because your composition is insane.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Well, will you have something that you've photographed and everything is right except for just that one little bit of the composition that's off, and you're like, damn it.
Yeah. No, that happens. You get upset about something. You're like, I could have done better, and I'm still not going to crop it. Because I know I'm cheating, right? To me, I consider it cheating. Other people don't, and it's personal preference. There's no right or wrong.
Right.
I mean, you should shoot raw. That's my take on the world.
It on your shirt.
It does say it on my shirt.
Yeah.
I want the best quality possible that I can get.
There's a picture in the book, and I'm gonna have. I didn't save it, but it's of Aerosmith, and you caught them at just the right moment where you have all 4 guys on stage, all 4 of the guitarists, or Steven Tyler and the 3 that play guitars. Joey's hidden off in the back, but you've gotten them all perfectly captured at the right time. When I see something like this, I'm like, okay. Did you take 50 really fast pictures and just grab that one, or how did that work out?
That's a really good question. This is film. This was before digital, before I was shooting digital. This was First Union Center at the time, and they walked us out there, and this was another one of those 3 songs and out shows. We walked up to the stage. They had a catwalk, and they put us at this end of the stage. I'm like, how are we going to shoot them? They're going to be on the stage. They're 50 feet away.
Yeah.
First 3 songs they did right in front of us. Right for us. And so I'm standing there with at the time, a 20 millimeter lens was the widest I had. And the camera probably at that time took 8 frames a second. But you have to remember, it's film. I have 36 shots.
Yeah.
So it wasn't spray and pray back then as much.
Jared, okay. I would have thought this was a composite shot. I would have thought that there'd be no way you could synchronize and put that as a moment in time. And that's what makes shots like this
it's like out of a
so
comic
amazing.
Book, man.
Yeah.
It is, because I'm sorry to do this for those of you who are listening on the radio, but the position of Steven's arm coming right down by Brad's neck, and everybody is just, they're perfectly positioned.
And they're all in flattering rock star positions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jared, everybody's got a film studio or camera in their pocket these days, or almost everybody does. I like shooting with my iPhone. I think I get decent photos with them. But are they competition for you? Is it do you see people taking pictures as competition, or is it just because there's 12 bajillion photos taken every day, right? but what you do is different. So how do you delineate what you do from everybody that's got an iPhone in their pocket?
It's about 12 bajillion. I counted.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It's a great question. I don't see it as competition at all, especially being that I'm an educator online and I teach people photography. I think that the cell phone I look at it as the minor leagues of photography. It gets people interested, and then they're like, when they want to learn more, they search and they find me on YouTube. Or they get their first camera, their quote-unquote real camera, they search and they find a video that I did, and then they're hooked. I want people shooting. I want to teach the fundamentals and basics, because I know that if you teach the fundamentals and basics, that you can do anything. But cell phones are... They'll keep saying that they're the greatest iPhone is good. It's as good as a real camera. It's not.
Right.
It's not. Can I get great results? Sure. But when you're blowing stuff up 6 feet, 4 feet by 6 feet, you're not going to. And when people crop, you start losing more quality. So the one takeaway: don't crop your stuff. You'll get more quality.
So I'm going to try to adhere to that now, because I had been, and I'm going to look. I want it to be as pure as the moment I hit the shutter, and that moment is preserved exactly as it was in the picture that I get. You were in evidence of your fact that you want people to enjoy the experience. You were relaying a story about your dad who just all of a sudden wanted to take up photography, but everyone is picking a level they want to be at. And some people want to progress to, get to a professional level. And you explained, you set up flowers and what? Flowers and
birds.
Birds.
He likes shooting his bird feeder.
There you go. And so you can get a fulfilling experience if that's all you're doing.
Well, what's cool is when he's taking a picture, for the first time I put a camera in his hands, set him up for success. He's sitting there photographing birds and getting excited as he's doing it.
Right.
Like, oh, look what I did. Like, I was able to capture this. I was like, yeah. And imagine parents going out there and as their kids are growing up, instead of taking crappy cell phone photos, they just get the very bare minimum mirrorless camera because it feels good in the hands. And you just go ahead and take better pictures of your kids. You just progress. Oh, there's my dad they put him up on the screen here with his massive, perfect stance that he said he's solid like a rock.
Jared, I love your concert photos, but I get excited when I see you were fro at a Phillies game because I'm a big Phils fan. And I'm looking through a book of mostly Phillies. There's some Mets in here as well. Some great shots at the ballpark in South Philly, but also a whole bunch at Fenway. Tell us a little bit about that. And in particular, I love this photo of Nick Castellanos and his son Liam.
Yeah, I was up in... so I have a season credential that allows me to photograph the games. And I went up to Boston. I cover my own expenses. I don't work for the team. I do my own stuff. And the pass lets me in. And I know that Nick likes to take early batting practice, which is 2 times earlier than regular batting practice, and his kid is always with him. So I saw them out there in front of the Green Monster, and I was like, hey, guys, wait right here. I get out not the biggest camera that I have here, but the 1940s camera, and I focus on them, and boom, get it set. Takes like 1.5 to 2 minutes to get one exposure. And it's just a really good... There's also another shot of them in Wrigley Field where they were stretching before the game, and I have another family picture, or the two of them. So those are pictures. To me, I love giving the gift of photography. So I printed those out as metal prints, mailed them to Nick's house, didn't tell him I was doing that, and that's the whole point. I love giving the gift, just giving people the images so that they can live on.
Do you know, it occurs to me you have the same skill set that a good beat reporter would have, or that someone who knows how to finesse their way into things, who to talk to, who's the guy at the door, who's the second in command, who's the third, and you do these bank shots that get you access. Did you just always have that, or is that something you had to work on?
The skill set, I mean, watching my dad as a salesperson his whole life, selling children's wear back in the 80s, and just the encouragement of my parents, you just ask.
Yeah.
Right? But you have to be good, but you also have to just ask.
Yeah.
You never know what's going to happen.
But there's also angles to play that you play. Like, for example, the old gossip reporters of the past would be, I'm going to grease the doorman's palm and he's going to tell me when so on and so. You know what I'm saying? That sort of stuff.
I've never given anybody any money to let me in.
Okay. Yeah.
I usually just, I always carried around a book of my work. Even when iPhones became prevalent, it's small. You want to showcase a physical book.
Right.
You hand that to the tour manager and they go, oh, you're the real deal.
Yeah,
right.
This is way more impressive. Marissa brought this in, and I'd seen photographs of yours, but opening up this book, that's a whole other experience.
Yeah, you're talking about book 2, and it weighs 8 pounds.
Wow.
It's all self-published, because if you went to a publisher, they would never do the quality that we did. Printed in Italy. It does what's called a Swiss binding. If you noticed, everything lays flat. You don't lose stuff in the gutter.
Yep.
That's what you get with the quality when you actually do it yourself.
Wow. And it's 22 years of music photography, and there's some focused subjects that you spent a lot of time in there. Perry Farrell being one of them, Modest Yahoo, the band Silvertide. You spent amount of time with Foo Fighters as well, I saw. Who are some of your favorite subjects to shoot, just by name, if you don't mind asking?
I mean, Perry was awesome. Being on the road with Perry for 6 weeks was a long time, but hearing literal stories about Jane, he's sitting in the back of the bus, and you're like, can you tell me about Jane?
Yeah.
And it's literally the lyrics to the song.
Jane says?
Yeah. I was like, oh, that's funny, Perry.
Yeah.
Of course, all the guys from Silvertide, they helped me at the very beginning. They were one of the first bands that let me in behind the scenes to capture them. So that was great. Working with...
Was Perry your first tour that you went out on?
The first tour that I went out on the road with Shinedown.
Oh, really?
Sure.
For a couple days.
Yeah.
That was interesting. There was a 3 Doors Down thing way back in the day. I went on the road with Modest Yahoo a little bit, but 6 weeks on the road in 2007 with Perry was the biggest, longest, and one of the first ones.
Wow.
Nice. Well, we appreciate the show and tell aspect of your appearance here today, because you brought a couple of classic cameras with you, and I had mentioned the giant one. Let's start with this one that's closest to you, if you don't mind. What is this?
Yeah, this is called a Graflex Speed Graphic. This particular model was made from 1948 to 52. The lens on it is technically radioactive. It didn't set off any Geiger counters when we came in, but that's because it was on B-29 or B whatever 19 big bombers. It was part of an aerial camera that flew in the planes to do reconnaissance.
Wow.
And so what happened is, after the war, people bought them and realized that you can retrofit it to this camera, and that's what gives you this amazing background bokeh. It's an f2.5, if that means anything to anybody, but it's a big hunk of glass, and you have to get your focus perfect. And if it's off ever so slightly, the image is just burned, and you just burned like $5.
Wow. So from a neophyte's take on this, what would we pay if we were to try to acquire this camera?
So back in the day, the lens would have set you back like $35. Now to get a new one, it's like $1,250 bucks.
Oh my God! Wow.
Yeah, this one I paid $900 for, because it's not as fresh as the new one, the one that I just picked up.
So is that mainly for portraits?
Yeah. You're not you are not tracking a subject with this one,
right?
But the Big Bertha, the other one, you can track a subject with that.
Dude, this thing, I have to describe. It's about 3 feet long. The lens and the whole hub, everything together looks like it's about 3, maybe some change a little bit longer than that. And it looks, like I said earlier, it looks like a cannon. Do you have any idea what the diameter of that
Yeah, so
thing is?
It's like 1,000 millimeter lens equivalent. It has so it's 40 inches long.
Okay.
Is that lens.
All right.
The whole box to the back of the camera is 43. The thing weighs 35 pounds.
All right.
So when you put that into the box that I get it with, that I carry around with, it's 68 pounds.
Okay.
And so it's a lot, but that camera was originally produced, the back of it, in 1912 to 1943 or so.
Jeez.
And then they were custom retrofitted to fit these big pieces of glass, and newspaper shooters would use these back in the day.
Where would a moment in time, what iconic picture might have been caught by a camera such as this?
Well, so if you look at Willie Mays catching the basket catch.
The catch?
Yeah. Right. It wasn't done with this. It was done with some speeding camera that was set on fire, I was told. But if you look at the top, you find the full res version of that. You look at the top where the end of the fence is, you can see 3 or 4 of Big Berthas up there, because news shooters would shoot from there as well as behind home plate, and the negative is 5 inches by 7 inches. It's massive. It's like, think of a half a sheet of paper as the size of the negative.
Wow.
That's 26 times the surface area of 35. ChatGPT told me that one. I had to look it up. But if you think of a 35 millimeter negative, that has 26 times the the surface area.
So, quick nerdy question: film and digital. Are we moving to your liking towards a confluence of the abilities, or is it still a big chasm between digital and film?
Well, digital. I can shoot 120 frames a second with digital.
Yeah,
right. Raw. It's incredible. But a lot of people are shooting film. I equate it to people buying albums. It's not as big as people say it is. I'm okay with people going and learning film photography if they go through the process.
Right.
Get the camera, go manual, develop it yourself. I draw a line when the 20-somethings are sending their film to a lab and then not even asking for the negatives back and just getting scans. To me, that's a waste. You shouldn't even do it.
Right. I did take, when I was in high school, I took a photography class, and that was back in the day when you had to process everything yourself.
Same here, yeah.
It was awesome. It was a cool experience. And I'm glad I went through that. I'm not a photographer by any stretch, and I probably won't go back to shooting on film. This is not practical for what I do. But it was a fun, cool experience. If one wants to delve into that, how difficult it is to get a hold of materials and make that happen?
It's not very hard. Okay. There's actually a place in Reading called Retro Camera. Mm-hmm. This kid was collecting film cameras when nobody was. And so now he has a store that used to be it's a 110-year-old camera store that he bought from the original owner, and it is a camera store again. So he does processing. I do my own processing. I didn't at first. I sent the first stuff out. They said it would take 10 days. I'm like, I'm not doing that. And I got I learned it's a process.
Yeah.
If you follow it to the T, it should work.
Mm-hmm.
Jared, my wife is an artist. She's a fan of yours, and so she introduced me to you, and I think it started at Phil's games. And she collects antique cameras and stuff that's been around for a long time. One of her proudest achievements was that she got a camera from her grandfather. He took a photo at Mount Rainier in like 1943, something like that. We went back to visit a few years ago, and she used the same camera that he used to take a photo in the exact same spot. It was a really nice, sentimental moment for her, and ended up being a really cool photo. And so I appreciate that. It was a cool little celebration of something that happened 70 years ago, and we were able to do and replicate. For you, do you look at like historical photos or historical moments, and you're like, I want to shoot something that happened, in the 1910s or 1920s or whatever?
I use a lot of the older work to inspire what I'm doing. So if I get down in a rut, people always ask, what do you do to get out of a photo rut? You look at the classics that came before you. Mm-hmm. To know how they were shooting at a time where they had no technology or the greatest technology for their time.
Right.
And then we have everything in our capability today to shoot beyond anything they could ever think of. It's incredible to go back and look at what they did.
So I just had this conversation. I was talking about the American in Paris ballet scene from the movie. And when you realize, and the people, what was that? When you realize the cameras they were using to shoot that thing, the tracking shots and all that stuff, and put it into perspective, it was like climbing Everest compared to what they can do now. When you put it in context, I can see where it would excite you. When you're going to think of a photographer, when you're in a lull, what photographer do you turn to excite you to say, yes, this is where I need to be?
Gordon Parks, one of the greatest photographers of all time. A black photographer in the 1940s who walks into Life magazine, puts his stuff on the table, gets kicked out, but all the other photographers walk in at the same time and say, you need to hire this guy. What he was doing, it was incredible. And when I discovered his work, it just, Gordon Parks' stuff was awesome. He also did, he directed Shaft.
Oh,
right.
That's right.
Yeah.
That Gordon Parks?
That Gordon Parks.
We had Richard Roundtree in here for an interview one time. It's one of my favorite movies. It's just great. I didn't realize that. Wow.
Question, Jared, for those who want to pick up the book, what's the best way to go about getting it?
Well, first, it's 8 pounds. You have to make sure you can pick up 8 pounds. You can go to froknowsphoto.com /book2.
All right, and froknowsphoto is your .com is your that's your webpage with all your info and everything in there. Okay, so but the YouTube channel, tell us who that's for.
Well, one of the reasons was my mom.
Okay,
right. She passed away in 2008, and she always wanted to learn photography, and I helped her at the beginning, but I didn't give her as much help as I should have, and I was very closed off to helping others when I was younger, because I thought if I helped people, then they would take the jobs from me. And then I had a 180, and I was like, I'm just going to give it out. I'm going to start making videos because I think I have something to say and I think people might listen. And I started to put videos up every single day on YouTube starting in June 1st of 2010. 7 years went by. It was one video a day for 7 years. Wow. That's what it averaged out. And so I realized that if you give it away, you can get a lot in return. Give, and then ask, right? When it's time to ask, you can benefit from it.
So, question, I have a friend of mine who's a great photographer and asked him for some advice, and he dove more into the philosophical side of things, like you need to get the story, and all that. And I understand that's important, but I'm like, okay, but how do I make the background blurry and the foreground clear, like things like that? Do you handle basics like that?
Fundamentals and basics. I call it Mr. Rogers. Is the type of stuff I like to do. I Mr. Rogers it for people.
Okay, great.
Make it as simple as possible. Basics, fundamentals. And you can start shooting. I can have you shooting blurry background pictures in a matter of minutes.
Well, because it can get incredibly complex as
and
you
expensive.
go on. And expensive. Yeah, there was a stretch of phase. One of my kids went through a photography phase, and we bought stuff, and it is not cheap. And we were having fun with it for a little while, but the phase came and went, unfortunately. But I'm left with all this equipment, and I'm like, I should know how to operate this stuff better.
Yeah.
So it's right for me.
100%.
Okay.
I can teach you in a matter of minutes.
All right. And what is your YouTube channel?
Fro Knows Photo. I usually say .com. That's how I intro it. But yeah, if you look at Fro Knows Photo, you will see there's, 3,500 videos over the past 15, 16 years.
Wow. Yeah, watching a couple of them, and they are, Preston, they are accessible. So in case you feel you're going to be steamrolled with a barrage of tech talk, it's not that approach.
Good. Excellent. What do you have coming up as far as work goes? Phil's?
I got some travel. I got a Japan trip to go shoot over there.
Wow.
And then I'm going back on safari in November.
Wait, say who you went on safari with.
Mystery Man?
Yeah.
I call him Mystery Man, but Ken Griffey Jr. was with us on safari. He loves photography. And I will tell you, photography has opened unbelievable doors for me. The fact that I had no idea that Ken Griffey Jr. was following my Instagram. I sent him a message. I'm like, Junior, if you ever want to talk photography, here's my number. 10 minutes later, I get a call. Hey, it's Junior. I'm like, hey, Junior, what's up? And then we just talk. He's like, you want to come, go down to Florida, meet him for dinner. We just have dinner. We hang out. We shoot. Just an awesome guy.
So Ken Griffey Jr. and then Randy Johnson, we were talking a little bit before the interview, like that guy's gotten really good to be, in a second career as a photographer. He works golf tournaments, and you've gotten to know Randy a little bit as well.
Yeah, Randy's a whole nother animal. I went to dinner with him once, and he's finally stood up. I'm like, oh, 6'10". Yeah, that's what that looks like.
You told me about in the first book the photo that you have of Bryce Harper in the dugouts. Great picture. You said he was great for the whole session. Were you using this camera closest to you for that?
Yeah, and when I say whole session, it was 2 photos. So it was like 5 minutes. But what happened is we had a couple of missed opportunities where he had to change. Not change, but he got pulled another direction. He personally came up to me and said, I'm sorry, let's reschedule. And he did it.
And is this one you said you have to stay still for like a minute and a half?
No, you don't have to. Well, so as soon as I lock my focus in, the process is this. I set up the tripod. I focus on the subject. I have to put my eye up to the back of the glass.
Yeah.
As soon as I wind the shutter, I can't see through the back of the camera. So if they move or I move the camera, it's going to be out of focus. So I wind the shutter 3-4 times, put the film in, pull it, shoot it, and then you hope you got it. And you hope they stayed still. Bryce sat in the perfect position. He put the bat out perfectly, so it said Victus right on it. He knows what he's doing. He made it easy.
What's your biggest found out you missed it in the development stage?
Preston was asking me about a photo in the book I was showing him. Why is it blank? Well, it was a photo of Kyle Schwarber up in Boston. What happened are 2 negatives stuck together when they were developing in the tank. I didn't realize I put them together. The back negative turned out, sort of, and then the one that was blank, I took 50 sheets while I was there. That was the one that was messed up, but I still include it so people understand you do mess up.
Yeah.
But you can't kick yourself too hard. You get, people say, what's your favorite photo? And the answer and the old quote is the next one.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of, I don't want to say dead to me. It's done. On to the next. What can I capture next?
It's so cool. Wow. I wanted to ask one thing about, obviously, we talked about all of the tools in your toolbox that allow you to do what you do. It's as much schmoozing and befriending. But you talk about, there was it's kind of like a quasi TED talk that you were giving, and you stress the importance of trust being the paramount quality. Once you blow trust with a band or a team, your name becomes mud so quickly in the industry that it can destroy your career in a heartbeat, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
You don't want to do something that either makes someone look bad, or if you're going to post something and you know what not to post.
Yeah.
You just know. And there's nothing that I posted, actually, the picture on the cover of the book of Perry smoking a joint.
Yeah.
He had new management that called me after that and said, you got to take that down offline. I'm like, absolutely not.
Yeah.
I'm like, you've read the history of Perry Farrell. Yeah. It's well noted what he's done in the drug world.
Yeah.
I'm like, I am not taking that down. They're like, you'll never do this again. I'm like, I already did it, bro.
Yeah. Wow. Before we wrap up the segment, Jared, someone is insisting and texting, asking, it says, ask Fro to do a sniff and wind tunnel test on your head, Steve.
Yeah.
He's hilarious when he does it. What is that?
So back in the day, Gary Vaynerchuk, if anybody knows that guy, used to sniff wine and associate it with weird stuff.
Yeah.
And so then I was like, I borrowed that in the camera world, and I would be at Alan's camera reviewing cameras, and I'd sniff it, and I'd give it a sniffy sniff and say what it smelled like. I'd be like, it smells like a red laser or a Lincoln log. It's just weird, and weird sells. So if you do stuff that's different, it sets you apart from everybody else. The wind tunnel test is new. You just blow on something and say it passed or failed, and there's no rhyme or reason.
I like that.
Well, what can you test here?
Somebody's asking your head.
Would you mind?
Can you do a sniff test on Steve's head?
Yeah,
He'll come
sure.
over there. He'll come over there.
Oh, you're coming over here?
Yeah,
Watch
so-
the cameras. Don't knock over the old stuff.
Yep. All right. So Steve is going to lean down, bald head, and Jared's going to give it a sniff. Okay.
Oh, it smells like really nice shampoo.
Oh.
Yeah. Is that,
He has no
why do you
hair.
have shampoo? Why do you use shampoo on that head?
What you're probably smelling is my sunblock.
Oh, SPF 50?
Yes.
Yeah. Wow.
Spot on, dude.
I can
You
tell.
are a photographer.
It's the nose.
The nose.
Yeah, it's all there. Fro knows.
All right. So froKnows.com, by the way, and it's not, it's KNOWS, not NOS.
Yeah, people do that all the time.
froKnows.
Exactly.
Photo.com. To get the books, you can take a look at those to get Jared's information, to see his work. Obviously, follow him on Instagram. And I am going to jump right over to the YouTube channel and spend some time there.
Go for it.
You're a fascinating individual, Jared. Great work. Thanks for coming by this morning. We appreciate it. And thanks for bringing this wonderful equipment with you.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
You got it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, some love for Jared Polin. All right, with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a second. We got stuff to give away. This is in conjunction with the Naked Gun film opening up, and we got money. We have these cash cards, and you need to know your dad jokes. All right, we need 10 people with dad jokes. We'll solicit officially in just a little bit, but you got to zoom in for that. Back in a second, and stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
$1 tab, which is excellent, per month. Did at any point did you get any other perks?
I mean, I didn't have to pay for electric or water or anything like that. Occasionally, she would buy me dinner.
All right.
So I was, I guess she was my sugar mama.
Dude, that's what it sounds like. To watch a piece of age Me Too yoga is not so bad.
Wow. All right. Interesting. All right. Thanks, Gary. Appreciate it. All right. Well, with all these worst roommate stories, let's end with a good one.
All right.
Okay. Let's end with something a little bit opposite of what we're speaking about, because I'm going to go to Lauren here. Hey, Lauren. Good morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks. All right, Lauren. What do you want to share with us? You said this is a little different.
Yes, thank you for ending on me. This is a positive note for the people of Philadelphia. So my best friend put an ad in Craigslist for a roommate. She was filling a room. Totally random. I agree with you guys. It's crazy. We didn't want her to do it because we didn't think it was a good idea. A complete stranger living in her house. She found our friend David, and he ended up living with her. And after a couple of years, they ended up dating, and I just went to their wedding in June.
And Lauren, it says here that he sells used computer equipment, correct?
He's a normal guy.
Oh, all right. So it's one of the few we get actually going the distance. I like that.
Still no way.
Thank you, Wayne. I
on
appreciate it.
earth.
No way.
I know, yeah.
I don't care if there's the potential of love.
Yeah, yeah. All right, well, anyway, this show, Netflix's Worst Roommate Ever, does it cover several stories,
Yes.
I assume?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like stuff like that.
Yeah, so
it makes me feel uncomfortable, but I like stuff
It does.
like
And
that.
the first one out of the park, the first episode is a real mind blower.
Okay,
So,
wow, interesting. All right, well, thank you for sharing. We appreciate it. We got to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. Some bizarre file stories on the way. Got some really good ones for you today. We're going to talk to James Murray a little bit later on. Murr from Impractical Jokers. Jackie Bam Bam has a special announcement to make, and we get a vocal performance coming up in a bit too. We'll tell you about it in a moment. Stay put. Other forms of overseas
all that
Chinese
stuff.
cuisine consisting of meat, often chicken, fish, beef, shrimp, or pork, and eggs cooked quickly with vegetables such as bean sprouts, cabbage, and celery, and bound in a starch-thickened sauce. It's typically served with rice, but can become the Chinese-American form of chow mein.
Chow mein.
With the addition of stir-fried noodles. So essentially, it's chow mein, but with rice.
I would love chow mein.
Chow. I've had chow mein many times, so it's and what's interesting is some Chinese or Chinese restaurant dishes will essentially be the same thing, but with rice or but with noodles.
Yes.
Or, you know what I mean?
I love Chinese food. Used to hate it, and I don't eat it a lot because, despite the belief that it's low in calories.
Oh no, it's not.
No.
It's way high in calories, and we've got a couple of takeout places we love to go to, and it's an easy. Here's how it goes. What do you want for dinner? I don't know. I don't feel like making anything. Chinese? Yeah. Okay. And that's pretty much it. That's how it goes.
I forgot I liked bean sprouts.
You forgot?
Because I don't.
They're good.
I don't ever get them to put them.
They
in
don't have a
anything.
lot of flavor in them, but they are they're satisfyingly crunchy.
Yeah.
And
and erotic.
And erotic as
No.
well.
I like water chestnuts too. Those are
same thing.
Good.
Right?
Don't know what it is. It seems like hard air, but it tastes pretty good.
We have and it's not new, but it's new to our family. A new Chinese food restaurant near us. It's really, really yummy.
Same here.
Yeah.
Like we stumbled across one. We're like, we were going to go somewhere else. And we're like, well, we've never been able. Let's go over there. And we tried it. And we're like, wow, okay, this is our new place.
Yeah.
Our new joint.
Haruga.
Our new John, if you will. Speaking of food, I saw an interesting article that I thought might be worth talking about. And it was, I think I got this on BuzzFeed, and people are sharing the foods that taste better burnt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, with a little burn on them.
There's a number of them for me.
Little char. Which ones would you guys throw out there? Now, Casey, you had said that you love burned food.
I do. I prefer, I think, a charred flavor over anything else. If I'm having a chicken cutlet, I prefer you leave mine in just a little bit longer.
Oh.
Yeah.
Chicken cutlet, like a breaded chicken cutlet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, for me, burnt tends to go more into the like a mac and cheese where the edges are burnt.
There you go.
Lasagna where the edges are burnt.
Those are two good ones on this list. Yes, absolutely.
Pizza can be burnt.
If you get some mac and cheese that has like a layer of cheese over the top of it, not just mixed in with the pasta, but and you get some brown or blackened spots.
Absolutely.
Yummy. I do agree with you on that. What I don't think needs to be burnt is any kind of meat
Or ice cream.
Yeah. Ice cream.
Definitely don't
Me,
want
I
burn
don't.
it.
I hate burnt, and then some people love it just incinerated. Like you lose to me. Like in those other cases, like mac and cheese, to me that's an actual taste that I think is a unique, accentuating taste.
Yeah.
I think what happens when you burn meat, it robs it of its taste.
Although it does have a different flavor to it.
Yeah.
My dad, whenever we go to a carving station, if they'd have like a big roast beef or something like that, he'd always ask for that. Give me that burnt end right there.
Well, that's a thing.
My
Burnt
dad
ends.
would come in from the barbecue after he'd had a few pops, and he'd come in, and the meat would be literally on fire as he was bringing it in. He loved it incinerated.
It doesn't necessarily rob it of its flavor. It just adds a new flavor to it and a new texture as well.
All right.
A couple of weeks ago, I had just this amazing thing that happened to me where I cooked a bag of microwave popcorn, and as it turns out, only one kernel went unpopped in the entire thing. Now, that doesn't happen if you don't have a few burnt pieces of popcorn, and I like burnt popcorn.
Okay, I'll go with you. Now, I don't like
Not
burnt,
all.
No.
I don't like burnt popcorn. I like the half popped kernels.
That too.
They're
Those
fun
are
to
the
play
best.
with.
But you like burned popcorn?
Yeah, so
Ew.
yeah, I know, but not like all of it burned. It's almost like if 1/3 of the bag was burned, I'd be okay with that.
Will you take a whole fistful of completely burned popcorn, or just some regular pieces need to be in with the burned popcorn?
I usually I eat popcorn one at a time. Yeah, I don't do fistfuls of popcorn.
One little thing at a time.
It's a great Clint Eastwood film, A Fistful of Popcorn.
Fistful of popcorn.
I got 2 burnt meats that are I'm all right with. I don't order them this way, but I know a lot of people do, including my girlfriend. Burnt like crispy bacon. Like
crispy bacon.
Overcooked, but like
that's a good one.
She takes it to another level.
She likes it burned like
she likes
black.
it burnt, yeah. So like if it comes in and there's any little rubbery parts or whatever, she sends it back. And then another one that I'm all right with. I won't order it this way, but like burnt hot dog over a campfire. If there's
charred,
charred hot dog.
Yep.
I prefer not that way, but if it comes out that way, I'll be all right with it.
So that's got a burned exterior. So a hot dog is already cooked. It's
Right.
already it's not. You don't need to cook it through. So you can get a char on the outside, and the middle will be not rare,
Yes.
but it's not. You haven't baked all the flavor out of it. So I'm with you on that.
All right.
As you guys are talking, I can't really think of anything that I would prefer burnt or a little burnt. But isn't there something? Doesn't it release something that's not good for you? when you burn something.
There has been studies that say
Carcinogens.
that it creates things that are not necessarily good for your body. And that I think
That's why
I think meat more specifically, if I recall correctly.
My tumors are always
Stop it.
rare. Yeah.
All right. So here are some of the respondents, and feel free to call in if you want to add something to this list. 215-263 WMMR. Roasted or grilled ears of corn.
I know a lot of people like corn well done. Would it be you?
On the grill.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if it gets a little bit of black on there, I think that's yummy. And this person even add some lemon or lime juice, chili powder, and salt to top it off.
Or propane.
That sounds pretty damn good. Another one says most vegetables taste better with a nice char.
I'll agree with that. Like
Either like asparagus.
Brussels sprout.
Brussels sprouts, yeah.
Nummy.
I like to throw stuff right on the grill and cook them that way.
Oh,
yes,
potatoes?
Brussels sprouts you can bake. Yeah, potatoes.
Well, and also home fries. We're looking at what appears to be home fries or something of that nature on the screen. But yeah, a little bit burnt. Onions, a little bit burnt.
Yes.
When you do the vegetables on the grill, do you do it with foil underneath, or you go right on the grill?
You usually right on the grill. I'll get things that won't fall through.
Yeah, that's my problem.
Yeah.
I use a splayed squirrel.
Asparagus is tough. So if you get the little skinny ones, you're having a hard time with
Sons
it.
of bitches.
So if asparagus is like, it's luck of the draw when you go to the store.
I know.
You don't know what you're going to get.
I love
You're going to get
asparagus.
those little pencil ones that suck.
Yeah.
Or you get the nice, big, thick, veiny ones.
Yeah.
The John Holmes
Put 'em in your
version.
mouth.
Yeah, give it nice and veiny.
Those are the best.
11 inches.
All right. Now, this one I find a little bit odd on this list of food that tastes better burnt. They say any tacos. The best are served in tortillas that float off the burner in flames. So I assume they're meaning a flour tortilla.
Yeah.
Which you can, like you can make quesadillas on the grill and stuff like that.
So that I could see something like I've had a slightly burnt pita.
Sure. Yeah.
And that's good as well.
So, but I don't know about corn tortillas.
It's like a chuppah.
Which you might call a chuppah. This also, another one says breakfast sausage.
Where are the sausages?
Yeah, in the bacon and sausage realm, you can burn those suckers up, and I'm fine.
Oh, pork roll too. Oh, and also scrapple. Am I the only scrapple lover on the show here?
I'll take it.
I prefer spam.
Love it.
My new revelation with scrapple, because I'd always preferred it burned, is smushed then burned.
Smushed.
Almost
then
like a smash burger.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Smush that
And
down.
yes, if I'm going to eat scrapple, I would prefer it to have a harder consistency around it. It can be a little bit soft on the inside, but crunchy on the outside.
Yeah. Well, when I was a kid, I've mentioned this a number of times, my mother would have to burn the hell out of pork chops for me to eat them. I couldn't stand them, even remotely spongy, and I loved them.
How about now?
Don't eat them at all.
Okay. I'm going to go to Kim. Food that tastes better burned. Hi, Kim. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Kim. All right. So what do you think?
I would say marshmallows over a fire when you're making a s'more.
Okay. Literally light it on fire?
Yes, and then blow it out, peel off the outside skin, eat that, and do it again.
So you'll peel off the black stuff.
Yeah.
and then put it on your s'more.
Yes.
Interesting.
And then do it again and kind of layer it up.
Kim, I'm right with you on that because it just comes right off. It's this like it's a crispy skin, and it's wonderful. I do like that.
I'm not big on roasting marshmallows anymore. I used to be as a kid, but I do have a method now when I do it that will get them golden brown. And I prefer them that way.
Do you know what's like? I bring it up. They're a local company, but they're called Tuck-ins, and they have.
Yes.
They're so good because it's all in one. The s'more, everything is contained within it's like a lollipop thing with its own stick.
Right.
And it's just delicious.
But Press, are you not going to share your method here, or?
Oh, it's just it's finding the right distance from the open flame.
Okay.
And rotisserie. Kind of just twirling it the whole time. The Naked Gun film is coming out starring Liam Neeson and Pamela Anderson, and it will be in theaters Friday, August 1st, this Friday. That's right. And our friends, in conjunction with The Naked Gun and Paramount Pictures, have given us some money to give away today. And we are doing it in this fashion. And the tie-in is that Liam Neeson plays the son of Frank Drebin, the great Leslie Nielsen.
Yes.
And so that's his dad. So we're doing dad jokes this morning. We're going to do it via Zoom, I believe. Is that how we're doing this? Okay, so here's what you need to do. Text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333. We will send you a Zoom link, and then you just have to give us your best dad joke. We are going to rate them on our own, and then we are going to pick 5 winners. So ideally, we'd like to get 10 people on board if we have enough dad joke aficionados out there.
And as you pointed out, you don't have to come up with the jokes. Just get dad jokes.
Get your favorite one.
And tell them well if you can.
And so one person is going to get, our overall winner is going to get a $350 Amex gift card. 4 runners-up are going to get a $75 Amex gift card. And we also have a prize pack that comes along with it. I'll tell you what's in that in just a moment. By the way, try to have 2 jokes ready if you can. In case we have a tie, we have 2 people, or maybe 3, I don't know. We got to get one more joke in to decide who the winner is. But the prize pack includes a Naked Gun muscle tank, tie-dyed dad hat, boxer brief or ladies' briefs, police car stress reliever keychain, a coffee tumbler, a spiral notepad and pen set, and a mini poster of The Naked Gun. So reach out to us right now. Text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333. And we will try you out and see how you do.
I actually made up a dad joke on the spot last night. My daughter was going to bed, and she gave me a kiss goodnight, and she was wearing, she had this pajama set on that was blue and white stripes, so she looked like she was a sailor. And so she kissed me goodnight, and she was like, "Good night, Dad." And I said, "Hey, how do unfortunately, I can't remember the exact setup. But I feel like the setup was like, how do sailors say goodnight?" And she was like, "I don't know." And then I had to think about it for a second. And then I was like, they wave. Get it?
Wow.
Isn't that great?
Well, that's great. That is great.
Honestly.
I'm so prolific.
Stifling my laughter right now, just so I don't embarrass myself.
I stood at the foot of the Matterhorn, and this was more impressive.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
While we're waiting to get our contestants up and running, going back to The Naked Gun, when that movie came out, it was another, the Zucker brothers, the guy who brought you Airplane and so many great movies. It was like we quoted it constantly.
It is one of the the Zucker brothers in general have generated so many things that we just take for granted and say. Whether it be from Airplane. I watched The Naked Gun again last night. My wife and I just sat down and said it's been forever since I saw the original. And Leslie Nielsen's, the genius of the Zucker brothers, is that they got these classically square-jawed actors who were not known for comedy. And Leslie Nielsen, though, the key to his thing was, like when he's thrown off the force and he goes, "I think when I shoot someone now, it'll be illegal." Those lines, they had such a bizarre sincerity to absurd things he was saying.
There was a line we used to use amongst my friends all the time was, so Leslie Nielsen's getting out of his car. He accidentally leaves it in drive.
Yeah.
The airbag goes off. The car goes down the street. It's taken out. All kinds of stuff down the way, and he's shooting at it. He thinks it's some crazed driver. Somebody get the license plate of that guy. And then before he goes back, I forgot who he's talking to, but he just goes, all right, I got to get inside. And we used to say that all the time. I got to get inside. Just the way his delivery.
One of my favorite sequences
Phenomenal.
in that movie is when he's diverted and he shows up at a wharf. And he's being set up. He's going to get killed by a guy who he says, I have a message for you, Drebin. And he starts shooting at him. And Drebin goes, I cannot hear you over the gunshot.
The entire, in the first movie, like the last half hour of the movie is all the baseball scene. And we reference Enrico Palazzo all the time. But there are so many little montages and mini jokes within all of the baseball stuff that is just hilarious. And just him as an umpire, calling the balls and strikes. I could watch that and laugh every single time.
Strike. The crowd goes crazy, starts picking up. There's another exchange where he's trying to bribe this guy for information. And they end up bribing each other back and forth. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, maybe this will refresh your memory.
Well, they did in the series. They did a great thing where they had the shoe polishing guy. It was only 6 episodes.
Yep.
And so the Trevor would go, what have you heard about this guy? And, and then like a surgeon would come down and goes, I've had a troubling aorta situation.
Oh, yeah.
Here's what you do.
You got to bypass the main artery. And he would give them all the information
Everything.
for anybody who came in for advice. The
Judges,
shoe shining guy.
It was terrific.
All right, well, it's a great movie, and we're looking forward to the sequel, and we are going to test your dad joke capabilities. We have contestants that are on the line, and we're going to get this underway. So we're doing this via Zoom, and our first contestant is a guy named Chad. Let's check in with him. Hey, Chad, how you doing, man?
Hey, Gadzooks, everybody.
Gadzooks, brother. All right, Chad, you unfortunately are the first to go, but we got to start somewhere, and we need your best dad joke, and you might win.
Nothing but a chicken wing. All right, let me set the scenario up. So your daughter, your son, they're a little angry, but you understand their anger, and you're kind of like trying to, get rid of some of the tension in the air. So you hit them with this one. You say, hey, what happened to the angry fly that landed on the toilet?
I don't know.
He got pissed off.
That's actually pretty good.
All right. We got to make our notes here. We will file that in. All right, Chad, we'll let you know if you win or not. All right, brother?
All right, guys, have a great day.
All right, you too, man. We'll see. All right, so fly, pissed off. We got to write these down to remember which one they were. But that was pretty good.
That was a good first step.
You got pissed off. And it always sucks when you're doing, so we're going to rank these from 0 to 10.
Yeah.
And you always got to find a middle ground for that first guy.
The first guy, yeah. So I mentioned earlier, I was at Helium last night. I was judging for Philly's Funniest, and it was the semifinals. It was 10 comedians, and the first one was so solid. And I'm like, how do I?
You always leave a buffer.
Yeah,
you always leave a buffer.
All right, our next contestant is Brian. Hey, Brian, how you doing, man?
How you guys doing today?
Good, buddy. Looks like you're driving a prison truck with that grate and the glass behind you there. What do you do for a living?
No, I'm in prison.
Oh, you're in prison. Very good.
Right.
Hey,
sorry for that mistake.
That's okay. Let's see if you can get back on the road to recovery here by giving us a dad joke.
All right. So, Preston, you do some scuba diving. You know how you sit on the back of the boat and you fall backwards into the water?
Yes.
Do you know why you do it that way?
I don't know why.
Because if you were to fall forwards, you would fall into the boat.
I've heard that one before.
I liked it. I dug that one better than the fly joke.
Thank you, Brian. We'll let you know how you do, man.
Good one, guys.
That was a real dry delivery, which I appreciate.
All right, so are you guys judging on originality at all? Like,
I'm just as subjective as humanly possible.
Yeah, me too.
I'm judging on location of the caller.
Okay,
I probably shouldn't figure into
that
it.
guy's in prison, so he gets a 10, right?
Okay. All right. We'll get our next contestant up and we'll try them out. Next, we have Grace. Hey, Grace, how you doing?
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning to see you, Grace, and we can indeed see you via Zoom this morning. All right, a dad joke. Can you lay one on us?
Yes, I do a lot of trainings with new people, and this is my icebreaker.
Okay.
So my joke is, what is the similarities between the Titanic and the movie Sixth Sense?
What are the similarities between what now?
The Titanic and the movie The Sixth Sense.
I don't know.
I see people.
I see people. I see people. Okay. All right, Grace. Thank you. We'll let you know how you do. Don't forget, we're going to get 5 winners all together. All right, Titanic and Sixth Sense. And we got to put our scores down, and we will add all these up.
So far?
A little bit so far.
I think everyone's on point.
I'm enjoying what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Okay, next up we have Timmy. Hey, Timmy, how you doing, bud?
Good morning, guys.
Good morning to see you, Timmy. All right, we're dying to hear your dad joke. What you got for us?
Do you know what the buffalo said when he dropped his son off at school?
No.
Bison.
Bison. All right, I'm writing that down. All right, Timmy. Thanks, bud.
Thanks, guys.
You know what would have been a riff on Preston was last week we were talking about the black hole, son.
Yes.
Yeah.
But we never found out what the official setup for that
joke,
was.
Yeah.
Black hole, son. We just know that's
the punchline.
That's the punchline. Still cracks me up, even though I don't know what the setup is. All right, looking up next, we have Anthony that's going to join us. So this is Anthony. Hey, Anthony, how you doing, buddy?
Good, yourself?
Doing very well. All right, you look like a dad, by the way. Are you?
A cat dad.
A cat dad.
Right.
That must have been painful.
Those count too. All right, give us your dad joke, Anthony.
Did you hear about the teacher that farted in his car?
Why, no, I didn't.
He was a private tutor.
All right. Thank you, man. We'll let you know how you do. Private Tooter. Wow, man. That one made me laugh.
That was a good one.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
I like it.
And that's the purpose. Catch you off guard more often than not.
We're only halfway through now. We're going to our 6th contestant, and this is Rob. We're checking in. Rob, morning it, bud.
Morning it. How are you this morning?
Doing excellent. You got a pretty good dad joke you can share with us?
Yes, I do. I do this with my training classes every now and again to break the ice.
Okay, go for it.
Okay. I had a dream I was a muffler last night.
Okay.
I woke up this morning completely exhausted.
Yes. All right.
I love your Cobra poster in the background, by the way.
Cobra, the movie?
Yeah.
Nice. All right, Brian. Rob, I'm sorry. That's who that was. All right, so we'll get our next contestant. We have 4 more to go. We have a nice close-up on Keith. Hey, Keith, how are you, bud?
Good morning to see you.
Good morning, what are we, in your sink or, oh, wait a minute. No, that's a hood. That's a cooking hood above you there.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm actually at work right now.
Oh, all right. I thought this was the view up from your toilet for a second.
For a moment, I did too, Steve. All right, let's see what you got, Keith. What's your joke?
What's the difference between an oral thermometer and a rectal thermometer?
The difference between an oral thermometer and a rectal thermometer. I don't know.
The taste. By the way, that was one of my dad's favorite jokes.
I love it.
Nice.
All right. Well, it's indeed a dad joke. All right. Thanks, bud. We'll see how you do. So that is thermometer.
By the way, I think Grace kind of butchered her Titanic joke a little bit.
I think it cut out.
Oh, did it cut out?
I think it cut out.
Okay, because the punchline is icy dead people.
Yes.
And I think all we heard was icy
people.
Icy people, yeah. Okay.
I got the gist of it.
Oh, yeah, all right.
Yeah.
But there were a few people in the Sixth Sense who appeared to be chilly.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I got what she was going for. It was a good one.
Yes.
All right. Up next is Adrian. Hey, Ad, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys.
All right, Adrian, we are looking for the best dad joke. This is in conjunction, if you're just tuning in, for the new Naked Gun movie in which Liam Neeson plays the son of Frank Drebin, Leslie Nielsen from the original. So we're doing dad jokes on this. Adrian, give it to us. What you got?
Did you ever see an elephant hide in a tree?
No.
Hide pretty good, don't they?
That's a good
one. Elephant tree. All right, I'm jotting that one down. All right.
Adrian.
Thanks, Adrian.
I don't think I've ever heard that one before. That's good.
I've not heard that one before. All right, we're going to have 5 winners all together. Our top winners are going to get a $350 Amex gift card, and our runners-up are going to get $75 gift cards, and we also have prize packs to give away as well. All right, up next, another bearded individual. We have Wesley. Hey, Wesley, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Doing good, buddy. All right, so we need your dad joke. Let's see how you do.
Why can't you hear a pterodactyl go to the bathroom?
Why can't you hear a what?
Pterodactyl.
A pterodactyl go to the bathroom
Why?
because their pee is silent.
Dude.
You got me there.
All right. Thank you, my man. Pterodactyl.
I don't know how to spell pterodactyl.
Just write P is silent.
Yeah. All right. And all right, let's see what man, these are getting tough. All right, we have one more to go, and that's going to be it. And it's Patrick that we've got joining us. Patrick, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Long-time caller, first-time listener.
Yes.
Hey,
Thank you.
We love it when it happens that way. All right. What's your dad joke, Patrick?
How did Harry Potter get down the hill?
I do not know.
Walking. J.K. Rowling.
You hit the drum roll too soon.
J.K. Rowling.
Yeah,
Nice. All right. That one's inventive. All right. Thank you, Patrick. All right. So, wow, man. All right. Now what we do is we're going to hand off our sheets to Marissa. She is going to go add those up. And, oh, yeah, I'm sorry about that. Let me do that. And we'll come back with a combined score, whoever has the top. Now, for our contestants, if you can still, if you're still on hold, I'm not sure how they're handling in the other room or not, but have another joke ready just in case we do have a numerical tie.
That's right.
If that is the case, we're going to have a last-second run at this.
A joke off.
Yeah. If you were to do this, would you save your best joke for last or best joke first?
First.
Yeah.
Yeah, because otherwise you don't make it to the...
I want to make sure I don't impress them.
You don't make it to the
like my
finals,
joke?
So. Had you heard a few of those or any of those?
Yes.
Or all of them?
The only one I didn't hear was the elephant hiding in the tree one.
Okay. But you heard all the other ones?
No, you know what? I didn't hear the icy dead people, but I actually knew the answer.
I heard the icy dead people. I'd heard the muffler.
Yeah.
I heard the muffler.
Yeah. And one other. But executions were pretty solid. Nobody got ultra low grades.
Yeah, the pterodactyl one, there's a couple of different punchlines you could have had there because the P is silent and the other one is, well, because they're extinct. Because I had used that. Like, why? I forget what my joke was.
Why are pterodactyls extinct? They
because
wave.
they is silent.
They wave.
Because
They wave.
Yeah.
No, so here's the deal about dad jokes and puns and stuff like that. I like them from time to time.
Yeah.
When I get up in the morning to go to work, the World News Now is on, and it's a 2-anchor team, and there's a younger guy on there, and he always puts in puns on the lighter stories.
Right.
And the first few times I'm like, okay, that's cute. And now I want to throw the shampoo bottle at him. I mean, don't. I can smell it coming. And I'm like, don't. And then he does it. And I you know what I mean?
Does he always pick appropriate times to do it, though?
Yeah, I mean, it's
mine collapse has just killed 80 people.
No, I said it's a lighter story.
Yeah.
It'll always be a lighter story, but it's every single time. And I know it's his thing, and he wants to,
I don't like your thing.
I can't stand it when people are just doing it all the time.
There was a run for a while where the traffic guys would take like Taylor Swift songs and work the lyrics in. That was so you'd see that was popping up on.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
I forgot about that little
when Taylor Swift was coming to town.
Split-second viral trend.
There's a guy who I've known for a number of years. His son and my son went all through grade school together, and he's always got like a really good riddle for you.
Yeah,
or like
not a big riddle guy.
He's a riddle guy, or he'll do like, hey, name the 9 ways that you can get on the first base, in baseball. So we'll do that. But then he's also got like great dad jokes. He'll be like, hey, you know who I saw today?
No, who?
Everybody I looked at.
Oh, how about that? No, I do like good riddles.
Yeah.
Ones that you have to spend some time, figure it out.
I don't like thinking.
just hurts.
It hurts.
Yeah.
I get like a throbbing, and then I have to go play and sit down in the bathtub.
That's why you like Connection so much.
I do.
Because it's just a giant riddle block.
Yep.
However,
it's a great game.
Yeah.
Do you know what I do love? And I realize this. I am a big mystery fan. I love, which is essentially a large, elaborate riddle.
Yeah.
Mystery movies, porn movies.
All right, we got our tally in, and we can find out who our winners are. And by the way, there are going to be 5 winners out of the 10. The first 4 that I give you are going to get a $75 Amex gift card and the prize pack that comes with a Naked Gun, and I'll tell you what all's in that in a moment. But coming in 5th place was actually our first contestant, Chad. And he told us why the fly flew off of the toilet, because it was pissed off.
Pissed off, yeah.
And so we're going to set him up with a $75 Amex gift card. All right. And then coming in 4th place was Keith, who told us about an oral thermometer. Oral and rectal thermometer. What's the difference?
The taste.
The taste. All right, so he comes in 4th place, gets the $75 gift card, and also the prize pack. Coming in 3rd place is Wesley with the pterodactyl and silent P. $75 gift card and also the prize pack. In 2nd place, and he told us about the teacher that farted in their car being a private tutor. It's Anthony.
Yeah.
And the one that we all scored the best with a total score of 34 points is Adrian with the elephant in the tree. So that means Adrian is going to get the $350 Amex gift card. And everybody also gets the Naked Gun muscle tank, tie-dye dad hat, boxer brief for ladies' briefs, police car, stress reliever, keychain, coffee tumbler, spiral notepad and pen set, and a mini poster as well. And don't forget, it is Paramount Pictures that presents The Naked Gun with Liam Neeson and Pamela Anderson. You can experience a comedy so funny it should be illegal, and it will be in theaters on Friday, by the way.
And stop and think about this. When was the last big push, big budget comedy released to the theaters? They almost always seem to be dumped on streaming services now.
Right. Yep.
I remember some of the great experiences of like going to see Wedding Crashers in the theater and laughing out loud. We talked about Spinal Tap in the theater with people laughing out loud.
Yeah.
It's a great thing.
Yeah, going to see the Fantastic Four this past weekend. I went to a local theater in Souderton called The Broad. We love going to this place, and every time I leave, I'm like, we got to come back more often.
Yeah.
We need to go to the movie theater more often. It's fun. As long as you don't get like talkers in the audience and stuff like that, it's a lot of fun.
Well, think outside the box as far as times that you go. And I've been taken to the weekends early, and I'm like super early, and I friggin' love it.
We went to a 4:00 show, and it was great.
Yeah.
I'm finally seeing Superman today. I know I'm a bit behind, but my son wanted to see it. I've wanted to see it. We haven't been able to coordinate our schedule, so I'm going to go see it this afternoon. I'm looking forward to it.
Yes. You're going to love it.
Nice. Excellent. We have a couple of minutes, Case?
Yeah, a couple.
All right.
Square dance?
I may as well. No, we're not going to square dance. Well, unless you want to Alaman left.
I'm not that good.
We could do that. No, I had a couple things I thought would be worth mentioning to you because I saw a...
You're not the mentioner, are you?
I'm the mentioner.
Oh, wow.
Is this the theme for the mentioner?
Ladies
Okay.
and gentlemen, the mentioner.
So mermaiding is apparently becoming...
It's fishing for mermaids,
popular.
correct?
No, it is not fishing for mermaids. It's literally wearing mermaid fins and tails to swim.
I'd like to try that, actually.
I actually would too, Case. I'd like to be a merman for a moment.
Merman.
And see what it feels like.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
So they had
Really?
They had it wasn't the full, like I was in the Wiki-Washi down in the Florida, but the apparatus went over your feet with a large Preston like scuba. It was a shorter fin, not like some of these long fins that you'll see. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
It is. It's hard.
Yeah, that's
It's
what I would
hard.
think. You get to alternate your legs if you're using regular fins, and that's I think it's going to be a little less effort to do it that way.
I'd be curious to try it with a long fin that would give you more of an undulating thing, but I can't see it surpassing regular scuba fins in speed, you know?
Right. But this is, the mermaiding thing is more, it's the tail, it's the whole outfit, and
the bra.
I don't know about the bra. Maybe that's part of it too, but we're looking at a woman that is doing it, and the mermaid, it's a sexy thing.
Do you remember that? It was the famous water show, and I don't know if I'm saying it right, but they used to run commercials all up and down the Eastern Seaboard for Wiki Washi, I think was the name of it. And they basically had all these performing mermaids, and they would have these underwater air hoses that they would take a hit on. Preston, they weren't wearing any headgear.
Right.
Their hair was flowing, and they was basically performing mermaids.
So they're apparently... swim schools, mermaid swim schools, groups, and conventions in the U.S., Canada, Australia, the Philippines, and China. And it's turning into a big business. Companies now sell monofins and fabric mermaid tails to both kids and adults, making it easier for anyone to try. So Merman Maui from Los Angeles said mermaiding adds fun and magic to life when things get boring.
There's a whole bunch of water stuff that I mean, you guys are always down at the beach, so I sort of envy your proximity to it. There's this thing, and this is off the beaten path here, I know, Preston, but for all intents and purposes, it's basically like looks kind of like a bicycle, but there are two bars, one in the front and one in the back, and simply by bouncing up and down.
Oh.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. This isn't in the water, right?
It's in the water.
Oh, it is the water? So wait a minute. I was thinking of one of those elliptical...
no, different.
All right, so explain it again.
God almighty. You actually, by simply pushing up and down on it, you stay above the water, almost like a hydrofoil.
Oh, hydrofoil. Yes. I have seen those, and I think you need some surf to get it going.
So I've seen people step off the dock onto it, and on the first dump, not taking a dump.
Yeah, first dive.
On the first dive, if they don't start the process, it sinks. But if they can step off and get it going, they can keep going.
All right. I don't know what that thing's called, but it's pretty cool looking. I've never seen anybody down at the shore using it before, but apparently intern Kalisa was big into mermaid swimming.
Really?
Well, let's hear about it.
Kalisa, can you come into the studio, please? She's very tired today, by the way. She was out all night last night.
She was shooting mermaids all night.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah, I was.
Wait a minute. So where were you doing this?
In my aunt's pool when I was younger. I used to have, well, it wasn't really mine. It was my cousin's.
Okay.
And it was a mermaid costume?
It was just the tail. It was awful.
It was awful?
It was so bad. I mean, the only thing you could really do was push off the wall. If you tried to swim, it would like drag you down.
Oh.
Well, that is counterproductive.
Yeah, they should make it a little bit more buoyant, maybe.
How far up on your legs did it go?
All the way.
All the way up to your waist?
Yeah.
And you didn't get any like thrust, like you had flippers or anything?
I don't know if it was because it was like a cheap one or something, but no, it was really hard to swim.
Okay, I found when I had, so mine would have been about half calf level where it attached up to, and I found you were really undulating to try to get any momentum.
Yeah.
And it was hard.
Yeah, it was really hard. I remember I used to try to just go to one end of the pool, and the second I went to the deep end, I was down.
You were down.
Wow.
We're looking at someone so this fin that I'm seeing on this video here is much wider than what I had.
And so it looks like they have a cloth that goes over the flipper. So it is that like hard rubbery flipper type material.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you remember how much it weighed?
It was heavy.
Yeah?
It felt heavy. Yeah, you could barely if you were out of the water, you couldn't move. In the water, you can't move.
Yeah, like how do you get out of the water? Because obviously you're not using your legs when you do.
I had my cousin help me. She would just pull me out
It must be miserable then being a mermaid, all the help you have to rely on.
Yeah, it was hard.
Okay.
I was not expecting that. It was terrible. All right.
You figure it was enchanting as a young lady. I felt I was Ariel, and more like Stephen Hawking with this thing on.
I felt like I was Ariel when she got her legs and realized that she couldn't breathe underwater.
The scene where she almost died. That's what. But we're watching her slide it on here. It's so this is what I had, Preston. So on the video here, it's what's underneath. She has a mermaid costume. Yeah. But that actual flipper, that hard flipper, that's what I had on my feet.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I had too.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Kalisa.
Of course.
Appreciate it. All right. So it's not for everyone, apparently.
No.
But it apparently is kind of taking hold in some areas.
I love all those innovations, though. A couple of years ago, I got, for the pool, Preston, I got they call them the water sled. And you hold on to it. It has two props. You know, you've seen scuba divers use them for years, but they make them now. For pools, and I was like, they gotta make them for pools. They gotta make them for, and they finally do, and now you can find them all over the place, and they'll get you up underwater, pretty zipping along. They're very cool.
Is it just fun, just glide?
Fun. You charge it up, you put on some goggles, and you cruise the bottom of the pool, and they're great.
All right, we have a local professional mermaid swimmer who is joining us, and this is Talia, who is on the line. Hi, Talia. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Thanks so much.
No problem.
You guys are talking about this.
You are a professional mermaid swimmer. Tell us about that.
Yes. So I do, mostly kids' birthday parties is really what's popular in the area.
Mm-hmm.
However, I recently also just did a party at the Funplex in Mount Laurel, New Jersey.
Oh, cool. So will you show up to like kids' parties where they have a pool in the backyard, or is there like a SeaWorld kind of facility that you perform at, or how does this work?
So there's actually both options. You can perform as mermaid swimming. More often than not, though, the kids don't have a pool, and so you kind of sit there and talk with the kids, play games. Those are called dry parties.
All right. Yeah. So
no alcohol,
no booze. Do they have to wheel you in, like in a wheelchair or a wagon or something?
Yes. Yeah. Usually they'll have to wheel me in a wagon, or one of the parties I did, I actually performed in a creek. So
in a creek.
Showing. Yeah.
I think it would be depressing if at the kids' party you come flopping in like a fish on the.
Why not stick you in one of those dunk tanks? You could do that.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're in a creek, are you just flapping in the mud the whole time? It's not that deep.
No, it's not deep. So when the kids were asking how I got there, I said, oh, well, you know how the tides flow and they go higher and lower, and so now I got stuck here.
Yeah. We have to leave her in the creek, otherwise she'll dry out.
She's going to die. She's going to die. We don't put your bubble makers down. She's going to die.
So Talia, if do you have a website or social media where we can see you working?
Yes, my Instagram handle is mermaid_Tali, TALI.
Oh, are we on this? Is this what we're on right now?
Yeah, we're looking at you right now.
Wow.
Mermaid_Tali, TALI. And can people reach out to you? Oh, my God, wait a minute.
John Cena.
John Cena's there on your Instagram page, too.
As following me?
No. There's a picture of him. I guess you put him in a collage of pictures. Okay.
Oh, yes. I dressed up my dog as Merman Barbie.
Okay.
A few years back. So,
wow. So
Merman.
And there would seem to be a picture of you at the Renaissance Fair. Do you do mermaiding at the Renaissance Fair?
I haven't yet, but I am looking forward to trying.
I have seen, Steve, a mermaid at the Renaissance Fair.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely. They had a little area where they had a mermaid. There was no water nearby, but she's
going to die. Help her. I don't care if it's the Renaissance. Have you no souls?
Yeah, so I have seen them there before. All right, well, how often do you get work for this?
It's more often in the summer, very obviously.
Yeah.
So there's probably about a I do maybe like 6 gigs. I'm only just getting started out.
All right.
I hope to get more.
That's fun.
Swimming with the fins on. Have you? We see you doing it. Have you perfected it? Would you say?
Yes.
Okay.
There's actually a PADI course. PADI is the certification you get for scuba diving.
That's the dive
They have
certification.
a course that's just for mermaids as
No
well.
way.
Wow.
Wow. Okay.
Hey, how do you pee in that thing, or do you have to take it off?
You gotta take it off.
All right.
Unless you really want to.
I assume the same holds true for taking
All
a
right,
dump.
Talia, thank you very much. We appreciate the information. Good luck with you. And everybody check out her social media. All right. What is this?
Flipping your fins, you don't get too far. Legs are required for.
You know that I've never seen the original Little Mermaid.
Really?
It just wasn't one of our movies.
Well, the original Ariel was played by Charles Bronson.
Wow.
Yeah.
Way
I
different.
don't like this.
Did you ever read the fairy tale by Hans Christian Andersen?
No.
It's darker.
A lot darker.
Yeah, all that
She ends up in tuna fish.
way darker.
The Disneyfication of the 1989 animated feature, a lot lighter.
The actual mermaid legend going back for sales, mermaids were sending ships like sirens into surf. There are some versions of mermaids that are like monsters, you know?
Yeah. I mean, look at Harry Potter, the mermen or the mer people
Merman
in the lake.
They were scary.
They were very scary.
They screwed me.
All right, real quick, we got somebody, Steve, that has the foil surfing thing that you were talking
okay.
about. So I'm going to go to Roy on the line. Hi, Roy. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Hey, good morning to see you. All right, Roy, what is that apparatus that Steve was talking about called? Is it a foil surfboard?
It is a foil surfboard, and they come in multiple different ways. They have powered, which has a prop at the bottom and a big battery inside the board. And you don't have to pump it. You can just stand on it and go. But it's like it requires, you have to take lessons to learn how to do it. And then what Steve is talking about possibly is the self pump style, where you can actually make the foil underwater almost simulate how a dolphin swims, and that's how you generate the power.
Wow.
To get going. And some of those guys, I mean, they have legs like tree trunks because they go for a long period of time.
A lot of work.
So I've seen that these powered ones that you're talking about, and they're all the rage, and you can go great distances at a good speed. In fact, there was Zuckerberg had one, and he was tooling around.
Yeah, I remember he had like the white face on. With
he
the
looked like a kabuki dancer.
Bizarre.
But the one I was talking about, Roy, and perhaps you're familiar with this. It's similar design, but it almost looks like a bicycle that you stand up on. Have you seen that?
Oh, yes, yeah, I have seen that. That's actually, it has a foil underneath it,
right?
And you paddle, or you pedal just like a bike, and that gets the some sort. I'm not sure what's propelling.
It's apparently that again that undulating, as almost you're pulling back on the handles and pushing down, and that's actually what gets you going.
I've never seen that. Interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe a little easier than just using the legs.
It would seem to be because you're pushing and pulling at the same time.
All right.
Like a push me, pull you.
Any idea what that would be called, Roy?
Pedal foiling, possibly.
Pedal foiling. All
Most
right.
of the stuff. There's so many ways. There's kite foiling. There's wing foiling. They have so many different ways to help these foils across the water. So I actually do it with a kite. So I'm out there with a kite and the foil board, and you come up out of the water, and you aren't even touching the water. The only things in the water is the mast and the wing underneath the water, and it's a very chill sport. So quiet.
Wow.
When you get out there.
Oh, it looks great. It looks so cool.
It's so fun.
All right, and it's called pedophiling. What was that again?
Pedophiling. Yeah, you get 2 children on your feet.
Oh
my God.
No.
Put
I'm
an L
sorry.
in there so we don't get in trouble.
Pedal foiling.
Yeah.
My bad. All right, Roy. Thanks, man. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, guys.
All right, that's
You're
cool.
mentioning a sport I'm interested in.
I actually, with the push and pull thing, that might be worth trying out sometime.
We're getting in the ballpark. There's a video up here. It's very simple. It's not even motorized. It is your own body movement that gets you. It's similar to this.
These guys are pedaling, so but it's not quite this
Right.
apparatus.
It's even more simple than that.
Wow,
but
interesting. All right.
I dig all this stuff. It looks so cool.
All right. Well, anyhow, mermaiding is all the rage right now. And what am I, the mentioner? Was that what I was doing?
Yep.
I was mentioning this story that I saw.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Mentioner.
I'm going to mention that we are taking a break because we got to get to the bizarre file. So we'll return momentarily with those stories for you. We got a bunch still coming up, so stick around. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.
Is the best? Yeah. All right, good. I'll make one for you sometime. Let's see here. Somebody says on this list, corned beef hash. Oh, man. Crispy and crunchy corned beef hash with a runny egg on top is one of my favorite meals.
I haven't had corned beef hash, but I think I want to try it.
So good.
Is it?
So good. You know where you can get it? Secret Breakfast Place.
Okay.
I had it when we were there.
Is this now? Have you guys revealed the name of the Secret Breakfast Place?
No. The only way you can learn about Secret Breakfast Place is if we take you. I can't tell you where it is. So
this is Casey's rule. Mm-hmm. He wouldn't tell me where it was.
It's like Fight Club.
We finally had a free morning at the shore to spend time together.
Okay.
And I said, "You've got to take me to the to the Secret Breakfast Place."
Put this burlap bag over your head.
Yeah.
And it was pretty awesome, I have to admit.
What if somebody takes you guys?
It's a greasy spoon. It's a hole in the wall. What do you mean if somebody takes us?
Takes you out to breakfast. Like, will you reveal it to them? Like, you're saying you have to take them, but if somebody offers to take you out to breakfast,
you could take them to the Secret Breakfast Place.
Do they have to do the thing that Steve said with the blindfold?
A burlap bag over the head in the back of a van?
Hit me over the head with a hammer.
You just need an escort.
That's it. And so don't email me. I can only take
you. Don't want to ruin this. It's something that you guys have.
Yeah. But I told you, though, we were there, and Casey told the server that his method, and she's like, oh, no, you can tell everyone about this place. Because we want them to come here.
Seating is limited.
A secret. We're hanging on by a thread.
But he is right. It's only a bar. That's it.
Okay.
It's the only place you can sit is at the counter. There are no tables. There are no seats anywhere, and that's all. It's that small.
And don't go there if you've got a party of 6 because you'll never sit together.
You'll never sit together. We didn't. Yeah, we got lucky.
How many seats at this counter?
20 maybe.
No, I'd say 14 tops.
Maybe let's go 15.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
It's closer to 14 now.
Let me go to Joe. Hey, Joe. Good morning.
Morning, Ed.
Morning, Ed. All right. What's better? What tastes better, burnt?
Soft pretzels.
Soft pretzels?
Yeah, you get them extra burnt and salty. My brother used to work for Bernie's. Pretzels in the bazaar.
Wait a minute. Casey just shot.
Shooting. Bernie's.
Casey just shot.
And they would have a guy would come in and just order. He'd tell him to leave him in the oven.
God
make
damn.
another cycle.
Bitch.
And I got into him like that. So. And Casey, you want extra burnt scrapple? Put it in an air fryer.
Dude, okay. So my buddy Jeff. He told me about air frying scrapple. He's got the perfect combination. I haven't tried it yet.
Fries.
Kind of like French fries, Air fryers for fries are awesome.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about just
burnt up
scrapple in there and let it burn.
Oh, I like that, man. All right, cool.
All right, man.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Have a wonderful day.
You too. And by the way, Bernie's, there are a few places that are like Delco. Like if you were to go the top 5 Delco food places, Bernie's is probably top 3 at least.
But there's a small chain called Bernie's. It's not that, right?
No. So Bernie's used to be sold.
You're thinking of H&R Block.
Yeah,
No.
Bernie's was at the bazaar, and I don't know if they also were in where they're at now, which is in Alden. But they're in Alden now, like on Providence Road. But that was the OG.
Bernie's is top 3 restaurants of all time, Delaware County.
Fooderies. I wouldn't even call it a restaurant.
Okay, so not.
It's a place that serves food for consumption where you can come in and sit down, but I wouldn't call it a restaurant.
Well, I don't know if you. I don't know if. No, I mean it's just a place where you go and you get your pretzels and you get a bag of pretzels and.
It's a standalone.
It's a standalone.
Okay, because the one that I'm thinking of, there's one in Glenside.
But you don't go there for dinner.
No, it's a soft pretzel place.
Oh, okay, all right. But it's one of the top 3 fooderies.
Fooderies in Delco. So it would
they
be
take reservations?
Bernie's, I don't think so. Bernie's, like Charlie's. I would throw Zach's in there as well.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
As a foodery. Not as a restaurant.
Yeah.
What would restaurants? Any idea? Or do you go to some of the finer dining in Delaware County or not?
Fine dining in Delaware County?
Okay, never mind. That's a stupid question. Let me go to Kyle. Hey, Kyle. Kyle, you're on the air. Good morning. Yo,
Good morning.
Kyle, what's up, buddy?
Oh, it's okay, Kyle.
It's all good. What's up, man?
Sorry, cutting out a bit.
No problem.
For me, home fries and hush puppies.
Home fries, we just in the potato realm, I agree 1,000%. A burn on that. Hush puppies, I'll have to think about that.
Yeah, I like well done, crunchy hush puppies. Not a bad idea, Kyle. Very good.
You're talking about the food, not the shoe.
I'd wait for your response, but it's going to take 20 seconds. But thank you for the call.
Well,
I think it's our phone lines, by the way. It was happening yesterday with callers that were calling in. I think there's a slight delay.
Okay,
Yeah.
there might be. Marissa pulled up some suggestions from the texts, which are people that prefer certain foods burned. Grilled pineapple. Kathy, you're all over that.
Oh, dear
She hates cooked fruit.
I love grilled pineapple.
I love pineapple, though. I love pineapple.
You ever had it grilled?
Yeah.
It's good. It's even sweeter.
I used to despise pineapple. You know why? Because I was getting canned pineapple. When you get fresh pineapple, it's a world of difference.
Peppers and onions cooked over charcoal, someone says.
I love to eat charcoal.
ABBA. And I guess, charcoal does give you a flavor. It gives you a certain flavor in the food. All right, so this was on the list, and somebody had texted in about this. Burnt Cheez-Its are great.
Oh, really? Well, they have the extra dark Cheez-Its.
And I think that's what they're referring to. So there are ones that are like well done or extra toasty. That's what they're called. I have not had those.
I do those, and I also do the extra dark pretzels. And I believe Butts is the only one that does those.
But that would fall under the same umbrella that the caller said.
With the soft pretzels.
Yeah.
Okay. So then you have burned onions and home fries. There you go,
Yeah,
Steve.
man.
Toast.
Yeah.
No.
I can take a little bit of a burn on a toast. Yeah.
Not I. I think it. For me personally, it crosses over a line of bitter, and I don't want.
Toast is one of those words that could be singular or plural, right? I'm going to make some toasts.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, don't say
Just
toast.
Yeah.
How many pieces?
Pieces of toast.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy your toasts?
Be the same thing with bread, I guess. Can I have some breads? Various breads.
I do
think
like
you
how
could.
some toasts are dessert-like and some are meal-like.
Like ones with raisins and cinnamon?
Cinnamon raisins.
Which, by the way, is great,
for
too.
real.
And toast that bread?
Yes.
All right, here's one. I like to do this from time to time. Charred lettuce, believe it or not. So you take a head of romaine lettuce. Let's just think about that for a minute. You get some olive oil on it. You throw it on the grill.
All right.
And then you add your dressing to it afterwards, which a lot of times you can make your own, maybe just a little lemon and oil and salt and pepper for a really light dressing, or you can do like a Caesar or something like that. It's fantastic.
Really?
It's excellent. Yeah. What noise are you making?
I'm not. No, there was a squeak of a microphone stand or something
okay.
like that. Yeah.
I thought you were. I saw your hand going like this.
I'm sorry.
I thought you were jerking it.
Casey, don't jerk it on air.
All right. Burnt tips of kielbasa. Kielbasa is another one of those that you can char the outside of because it's already cooked through. Usually,
I think I would need anything in that kielbasa, any of that stuff. I would need it incinerated because I don't like it.
No?
I just don't like those meats.
My wife,
kielbasi and bologna.
And I know people love it.
Yeah, I love them.
We made
Polish sausage.
As a matter of fact, we had Irvine in, and we did the
Crockpot challenge,
and he dug my kielbasa.
He did.
Even
I did. It was quite good.
Yeah, it's maybe like brown sugar and apples and what's that other stuff called? Sauerkraut.
Yes.
Okay, here's one I fully do not agree with at all. Burnt scrambled eggs. No.
To me, you'd have to go way off the charts to burn scrambled eggs.
Eggs should be tender. No. They should never be firm. That's my personal opinion.
Little runny.
A little bit runny if possible.
For scrambled eggs? No, you know what?
I'm out on that.
I change it. I want them overcooked. I want my scrambled eggs.
No.
I don't like runny egg yolks.
Yeah.
I want a little run.
I want them
little
burnt.
run.
I want them disgustingly incinerated.
I want to sop it up with my toast afterwards.
Rochelle burns her eggs.
She's wrong.
She says
She's right. That's why we slept together.
Problem with that. Baked mac and cheese on top. We already talked about that. Grilled barbecue chicken needs a char. Yep, I'll go along with that too. French onion soup cheese needs to be burned.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's funny. A soup that I love so much was responsible for one of my closest brushes with death.
Yeah. You can choke on that
You
stuff.
get that glob of cheese in your throat and you're, forget it.
Chocolate chip cookies when burnt are pretty good.
No,
Do you like
not.
burn?
Listen, this is my thing.
Yeah,
it's my
your
jam.
jam.
It's my John. The chocolate chip cookies in all versions, a little, I don't want them incinerated, but a little burn around the edges with some milk adds a different taste complexion, I'm down with it.
Okay. Let me
Brownies even.
Well, brownies is on this particular list, and I agree. A little, I do like it needs to be moist inside.
Yes.
But a little crunch texture on the outside is pretty good. We will go with Brent. Hi, Brent. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Wonderful, sir. We're talking about foods that might taste a little bit better when they are burned. What do you think?
I think the burn ends in the veggies, especially like you said, the asparagus.
Okay. Yeah, when you get the tips that are burnt a little bit.
It's so good.
Yeah,
and they get crunchy.
I do my own barbecuing, and a lot of times they're crunchy, but they're not overly cooked.
And you know, the benefit of the asparagus is what your piss will smell like.
Later on.
It's so amazing.
It keeps on giving. It's like beets. You pee red later on,
Yeah, it's
man.
like a reminder of a great meal.
Only for a split second you think you have a testicular cancer or something like that. I'm going to go to Dave.
I'm rotting from the inside. Oh, it's the beets.
Hi, Dave. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's up,
Dave?
Dave?
Bother you guys at work. Hey,
thanks.
First time caller here.
Awesome, man. All right, and we're talking about foods that might taste better burnt. What do you think?
Well, you know, along the same lines of lettuce, cabbage.
Ooh.
If you guys ever use cabbage, you cut it in steaks, like portions of steaks.
Okay.
Soak it in olive oil, salt, pepper, oregano, whatever you want to use. Hot, like say maybe some hot pepper or something.
Huh.
Burn it on the grill. You're gonna love it,
Dave. Dude, I will try that. That sounds really interesting.
You say you're cooking the cabbage like a steak.
Yeah, you
93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Neumann University. The Preston and Steve Show YouTube live stream is powered by Neumann University. The next preview day is August 8th, and you can learn about Neumann's academic program offerings, campus life, and professional internships. Register at neumann.edu. At a cliffside temple on the tropical island of Bali, an unexpected group of criminals is running one of the world's most sophisticated scam operations. Every week, they steal dozens of phones, wallets, and other valuables from tourists in broad daylight, and they exchange them for handsome rewards. And it's been going on for decades. Nobody's been able to stop it. The culprits are long-tailed macaques. The monkeys have taken over the temple. This is from Jonathan Ham, a tourist from London whose sunglasses were stolen by a monkey during a visit last year. He said they're running a scam. Now, we've heard of this before, but it's kind of interesting. Tourists flock to the JUL.30.2025 temple for traditional fire dancers, shows, panoramic views at sunset with the Indian Ocean crashing below. The roughly 600 monkeys that inhabit it.
Is that crazy?
Are considered by locals to be sacred guardians of the temple. Now, primate researchers have found that the macaques steal belongings to use as currency to trade with humans for food. Some monkeys can distinguish between objects that we highly value, like smartphones, prescription glasses, and wallets, and those that we don't, like hats, flip-flops, and hair clips, and will barter accordingly, according to a University of Lethbridge team.
Smart little bastards.
That spent years filming the macaques and analyzing hundreds of hours of footage. In other words, the monkeys have unprecedented economic decision-making processes, the researchers wrote in their academic paper.
That's crazy.
Many cases require the help of the temple's monkey handlers called the Pawang, who negotiate with the hostage takers. They offer fruits such as bananas, mangoes, rambutan, and mangosteen in exchange for the stolen items. In rare cases, they use raw chicken eggs, highly coveted by the monkeys.
So they say the smartest macaques live below a temple called the souk. So the the souk macaques.
The souk macaques.
That you're really on the watch out for.
Ketut Ariana, who has been working for the temple as a monkey handler for 2 decades, said the animals steal dozens of items a week, including 5 to 10 smartphones a day.
So stop and think about that. They're learning to barter. That's pretty elevated.
One of the victims was Taylor Utley, and she said a monkey had grabbed her phone out of her hand and hopped onto a ledge of a barrier separating the walkway from the cliff's edge. A handler tossed the monkey a bag of fruit. The monkey held onto the phone, and then they gave it another bag of fruit, and eventually, when the monkey couldn't hold all the fruit, it dropped the phone.
So they're saying some of the monkeys are taking crypto in trade.
Utley was relieved, and she and the other women had enough. They left without seeing the fire dance show, but apparently they've got a little syndicate going on there.
Man.
Wow. A high-flying monster truck stunt turned shocking when the vehicle's wheels suddenly broke loose and went sailing into the parking lot. This is in Washington State. It was caught on camera, by the way. A tire flew off a performing vehicle and into the parking lot. It happened at an arena in Bremerton. As the truck came down after an impressive aerial stunt, a huge wheel broke loose, hurled over the venue's wall and into the parking lot. Thankfully, the wheel didn't injure anyone, but initially it appeared to strike some trees, but that is not all. An image later posted on Facebook showed at least one car that was completely crushed by this massive runaway wheel. I mean, it just absolutely destroyed it.
See, so, Preston, there's footage that I saw the other day of a guy driving along, and he's driving along. It's a residential area, going at a decent clip, and there's a guy mowing his lawn. And the guy happens to go past a tree. The tire on this car that's passing by flies off, rolling at about 40 miles an hour, and slams into this guy's lawnmower. He would have been dead, no question. You got to figure a tire, even just a car tire, under regular speed could be lethal. That thing could have killed a whole bunch of people.
Yep, the event's organizers. So an image later posted, Facebook showed at least one car that was totally destroyed. The event's organizers later posted a statement on the incident saying multiple cars were damaged and they're taking steps to reduce similar risks. And they added, "We will always do everything we can to help further the safety of this great sport we all love."
Do you think the sport can bounce back?
Maybe it can. All right, a fire ripped apart a home in Westmoreland County on Friday morning, igniting thousands of bullets that were inside.
So earlier you had a bus filled with dynamite and now thousands of bullets in a home.
Shots rang out as flames poured out of the home, and it was the sound of the 20,000 rounds of ammo stored inside.
Well, it must be my bullets.
Next door neighbor Don Coco said it was constant pops. It was around 8 a.m. when Coco smelled smoke and heard his neighbors screaming that the house next to his was on fire. He said, "When I came out, I seen all the smoke in the eaves." They began to panic and banged on the front door of the home.
There's bullets flying everywhere. I seen it.
Thinking that
yeah, my name's Coco. You want to make a laugh over that?
The woman who lived there was inside. Coco said it wasn't long before she pulled up to the home as flames shot out of the side of the air conditioner.
Get away, there's bullets in there.
Shortly after fire crews arrived, the ammo started to take off. He said it was very scary because nobody knew where they were going.
Got your bullets!
The fire chief, Randy Dunmeyer, said that
you fool. Keeping all them bullets.
He quickly pulled their crews out of the building. Dunmeyer said it's just kind of flying around some. It doesn't have a lot of velocity because it's not coming out of a barrel, but it still has enough from the powder. Fire crews attacked the blaze from the outside for about 30 minutes till they knew all the ammo had exploded. The bullets traveled far with some shell casings found about a half a block away.
Think about your own neighborhood and think about the potential for things you'd be horrified to learn your neighbors are holding in their homes.
Yes,
you know?
Absolutely. After knocking the fire down, crews did a lot of manual work tackling fire in the walls and ceilings. But Dunmeyer said they saved some of them rifles and handguns.
Oh, good.
But many were destroyed. He called the house total loss. They're in contact with the state fire marshal over the incident, by the way. And that is what we have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we will take a break. We'll come back in a second. Lesson question, trash, and music news are on the way. By the way, our Word of the Week prize this week's cool setup from our friends at Maury's Piers and the Big Little Nine Golf Course. So stick around. We'll have that letter coming up.
Preston and Steve on 93.
And it'll hold together. Cabbage is really wound together tight.
Hey, Dave, do you do the same thing with the artichokes ever?
I have not, but we get the cabbage, and it doesn't taste like anything when it's regular, right? When it comes out of the store, it doesn't really taste like much, but when you burn it, holy crap.
Okay.
Yeah, I've heard that same approach grilling artichokes on it. Yeah.
Wait, so artichoke, do you split it down the middle?
Yeah.
Lengthwise?
Yeah, or you can peel them in advance and then put you need a meaty one. You need a thick one, a veiny one.
Right.
But you can grill them individually, but it's a delicate thing.
Artichokes are a tricky thing, man.
They are.
Because they've got that fibrous material when you get towards the heart.
Yeah, you're not getting them much anyway. Even on the best ones.
It has a heart.
You got to work really hard to get very little on an artichoke.
Do you guys like it when people say okie dokie artichoke?
I do.
Okay.
I say it sometimes. Yeah.
Usually the next step is you put into a home.
Right. I like a hunky-dory chicken tandoori.
I've never heard that.
I've never heard that one either. Let's see. All right, we already got to that one.
All right.
Let's go to Ed. We got a couple of Eds. Hey, Ed, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning, Ed, sir. All right, food that tastes better burnt.
Well, seriously, I got to tell you, I'm literally taking notes. This is fantastic.
Good. We're good for something.
Especially about the vegetables. We recently got an air fryer.
Okay.
The first time we used them, my wife burned green beans, and I was eating them like French fries.
Okay.
It's hilarious.
All right.
But
Yep.
The food I wanted to call about was baked ziti.
Yeah.
Or lasagna. Like that top, it's almost kind of like a crust with the cheese.
Yeah, we'd mentioned that earlier. That was number one, at least way up on the list. When you have that, like burnt mac and cheese, burnt baked ziti, burnt lasagna, it definitely, I think that enhances the taste dramatically.
I mean, I don't know if it's just the cheese or just like the macaroni sometimes gets like a little harder. Just that change of consistency. I don't know. I go straight for it.
Yeah,
All
burnt
right.
cheese.
Good to word. Good to know. Thanks for the word, Ed. We appreciate it, buddy.
All right, guys.
All right, let me go. Here's another one. Ed, talking about pretzels. But hey, Ed, good morning.
Hey, everybody. It's good to have you on the Ba-Ba-Two, the Ba-Two, Ba-Ba. Oh,
You were doing so well.
Mouthing it along with you, Ed. Try it again.
Try it again.
Try it again.
All right. Hey, everybody. It's good to have you on the Ba-Ba-Two, the Ba-Two, Ba-Ba-Doo, Ba-Ba-Da.
Yeah, that's pretty close, right?
Closer. All
right.
Better. I like it.
Now do it backwards.
All right, Ed, what's up, man?
A Philly soft pretzel, without question, is absolutely the best when it is burnt.
All right, so we had a caller who said he orders them that way. How do you get your? Are you taking a soft pretzel you might buy somewhere and then going home and burning it yourself, or how do you
Do you
get
keep a
this?
lighter in the car?
If I go there and I see that there's a burnt, rack of pretzels, I'll ask for those.
You'll buy them all up.
Yes.
Okay.
Now,
I have to try this.
At work, when they had pretzel day, and what I would do, I would, buy the pretzels, take them into the toaster oven,
okay,
put them in there and jack that thing up to like 450, give it 5 minutes, and come out. It's almost like eating a Snyder's hard sourdough.
Oh, yeah, I love those. I do love those. So, I got to try the burnt soft pretzel. That sounds intriguing.
All right, Ed,
okay.
we'll give it a shot, man. Thanks, bud. Appreciate it.
Peace out.
I assume you do the
Peace
mustard
out.
or cheese with that, right?
Yeah.
So what I would used to do is the Dutch, the Snyder's, the big Dutch pretzels, the hard ones.
Yeah.
And then you'd get the cheese, the what is it? The
Cheese whiz?
Cheese whiz in like a bottle. You heat it up. It's meant to be heated for dipping.
Right.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I go with mustard.
There's not one thing healthy about that experience.
By the way, somebody texted in, you know what I mean, Jelly Bean? Sure do, Peanut Chew. Thank you. All right, we'll go next to Bob. Good morning, Bob.
Good morning. You guys rock.
Oh, thanks, man.
Thank you, Bob. All right, so a food that tastes better burnt.
Well, first of all, like that one Ed said, I'm taking notes. Cheese curls. I never heard that. I'm going to try that.
All right.
All right. I fry oatmeal with olive oil, and I burn that a little bit.
You fry oatmeal with olive oil. I have never heard of that.
Yeah, before you put the gravy on it.
Where did you pick this up?
I made it up myself.
Okay.
And my oldest son, I'll tell you, he goes nuts. If I'm home and I'm making it, I got to make him some.
So oatmeal usually needs to be softened up a bit by water. So what's the consistency like? Are you using a lot of oil?
Well, what you do is first you make the oatmeal like normal, the instant oats. You put it in the water in the pot.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you get it normal. And then what you do is you get the olive oil in a frying pan, and you get that nice and hot.
Yep.
And you put this in there. You just make sure you leave it in there long enough just to burn, just a little bit brown.
Are you making like little patties, like little crab cakes out of oatmeal, or what?
Oh, no, I make like a big pancake.
Okay.
All right. My mind is reeling at this. Did you discover this recipe during a house fire?
No, it's just the way my mind works, I guess.
All right. And then do you throw anything on that? You throw some fruit on it or sugar?
Oh, you could throw whatever you want in there. You could throw cayenne pepper. You can put onion salt, whatever you want.
Onion salt? What the hell? So you're having savory oatmeal?
Oh, yes.
I always think of it as a sweet
So do I.
treat.
I love oatmeal.
Wow.
It's crunchy and soft at the same time. You got the best of both worlds.
All right, you're changing things up here. You're making my my mind freak out.
I like the unique thought. All right, thanks, Bob.
He's like you, Casey, because Casey, did you see what Casey did with the cinnamon toast crunch?
Oh. Yeah, he made. What'd you make out of it?
French toast. French toast, yeah.
Cinnamon toast crunch French toast.
So, would you crunch it up?
I crunched it up.
You batter and then dip it in that.
Yep.
Okay, that sounds pretty good.
The only thing I would have done.
Original idea?
Well, no. I mean, I initially, so I follow Blackstone Griddle on
Not
Instagram.
the magician.
No, and they had Fruity Pebbles, and I don't have Fruity Pebbles. I have cinnamon toast. So I did it with that. The only thing I would have done differently is I would have crunched up the cereal a little bit finer, made it more of all powder.
I got
right?
you.
Yeah, throw it in a processor, something like that, and doing it that way.
Martin's Potato Rolls commented on your recipe.
I know. Well, I tagged them on it because the other thing is I didn't have any bread in the house. The only thing I had left over were potato rolls from the cheeseburgers that I made on Saturday night.
And that worked well for you?
It did, as a matter of fact.
Those potato rolls were real.
I'm going to go to Walter. Hi, Walter. How you doing, man?
Walper.
Walper, are you there?
Chris?
No.
Chris?
Is your name Chris?
Yeah, my name's Chris.
Where the hell did Walter come from?
This is my version of good morning to Connor.
All right.
I told him mine.
All right. What's up, buddy?
So I got married in 2009 to my wife, and she gave me 2 terms of divorce. One would be if I ever gave her a Dutch oven.
All right.
Okay,
And and the other one is if I ever steal the little French fries that are burnt from like the batch before that accidentally make it into yours.
Sure.
She loves them.
All right.
I agree.
The itty bitty crunchy ones, they're almost potato chips.
They're really good.
Yeah, I like them too.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're amazing.
Would she like save those for last, or just savor in them and point out how much she loved them?
No. She will dig through the bin of French fries to find them.
You know what you should do? And honestly, put the whole relationship to the test. Do a Dutch oven, but when you put the blanket up over her head, between your legs is a bowl of those burnt French fries.
There you go.
I thought about that on April Fool's one time.
Nice. All right, thanks, Chris. Appreciate it, man. Or Walter, whatever you want to go by. All right, so this was also on this list that got it started, and I'm going to let Marissa handle it. Hi, Marissa. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, so we're talking about foods that actually taste better if they're a little bit burned.
So I love burned food in general. Just like Casey, I love my chicken burned.
Yeah.
But I like pierogies, like you know how you normally boil them. I like to pan fry them, and I like them really, really crispy.
Mm-hmm. I
And
could see
carrots.
that.
I like pierogies,
It's kind of like, dumplings or pot stickers. I prefer them fried. I think they having a little crunch on the outside is yummy.
My mother used to make dumplings, and then when they got a little bit burnt, they were fantastic. Yeah. So are you a big pierogi aficionado, Marissa?
No, not really. I'm weird and I like them that way.
No, there's a great pierogi place on Henry Avenue.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in Roxborough. I think it's Roxborough. Yeah.
Hey, Marissa, do you what do you fry them in? Is it an oil or butter or what?
I just put butter in the pan with some garlic, and I just fry them up, get them really crispy, and they taste the best that way.
Yeah, can I come over?
Oh, anytime. Anytime.
All right, thank you, Marissa. He'll bring.
Do you do goat
yoga? Hey, there was. Let's see. You know what? I thought of one that I used to like. Nick, we made the bologna sandwich here for you one time.
Oh, yeah.
Me and Nick Elmy did.
Yes.
He doesn't stand for bologna.
I like it a little bit charred.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
I do like
Yes.
it a little bit charred. I
Now-
think it tastes better.
So where is the char happening? Like, is it on both sides? Does it matter?
No, just on the outside.
Yeah. Okay.
It doesn't have to be on both sides.
All right.
but,
I will tell you this. I do not like regular bologna sandwiches, but grilled bologna sandwiches, I can swing that.
Nice.
You know, Chuck D'Amico loves to air fry pepperoni.
Oh, really?
Doesn't stand for pepperoni.
He doesn't stand for bologna.
Yeah, I bet that's like well done bacon. Like it's really crispy and falls apart really easily.
Who brought? There was somebody brought by.
Fine Wednesday morning, albeit a little bit on the toasty side. 98 is going to be our high temperature today. And then tomorrow, cooler, 10 degrees cooler. High of 88. We might have an afternoon thunderstorm to contend with, maybe a little bit of rain on Friday, but cooling off to 73 is our high. And then Wednesday and Sunday.
Well, it's like Carvel's.
Saturday and Sunday are looking really good. Sunshine and high in the low 80s. So make those plans. Get out and enjoy that.
Today's the mofo day, though.
Yeah, it's the hottest.
Yeah.
Yesterday and today, pretty much the same thing. So just be ready for it.
Got in my car yesterday, Preston. I forgot to mention this. Got into my car, looked at turned the car on, 108 degrees
Oh,
in
my
the car.
God.
Yeah. It's bad, man. All right, we're going to give away something, maybe relieve a little bit of that stress you have from this heat and get you a prize. We are going to give away a $50 gift card to Roy Rogers. And the question will go with this. In order to prevent theft from pickpockets, what does Steve's wife like to put in her second purse? 610-660-9333. She'll carry 2 purses with her. All right, in order to prevent theft from pickpockets, what does Steve's wife like to put in her second purse? 610-660-9333. If you know the answer, give us a call.
The trash. Gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Paramount Pictures, presenting The Naked Gun. This summer, experience comedy so funny it should be illegal. Directed by Akiva Schaffer and from producer Seth MacFarlane. The Naked Gun is in theaters nationwide on August 1st. What's up, Steve?
Well, Preston, during a concert in Poland last week, Jennifer Lopez's skirt completely fell off, exposing her entire backside. After the show, men in the audience who had been lame and sick reported they'd been cured.
Oh, my God.
A passenger on a jet from London to Glasgow reportedly exited the bathroom mid-flight and began flailing and screaming, "Death to America, death to Trump." While the crew of the EasyJet flight immediately sprung into action, denying the man his complimentary hot towel.
Hey!
And finally, the crew member who jumped to his death from the Royal Caribbean's Icon of the Seas late last week had allegedly attacked someone before taking his own life. In response, Royal Caribbean announced the closing of their popular onboard disco called Club Meth. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we will see if someone knows the answer to this question. What, in order to prevent theft from pickpockets, what does Steve's wife, like to put in her second purse? 610-660-9333 is the number, and we are going to check in with Shane, see if we can get the answer. Shane, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Representing YouTube.
Oh, well, thank you, YouTuber. All right, Shane, do me a favor. Tell me what Steve's wife puts in her second purse, please.
In a manure purse.
Manure! Yep. You got it, bud. Hang on. We have got you a $50 gift card to Roy Rogers. The legend has returned. Roy Rogers back in the area with their newest location in Cherry Hill. You can download the Roy's Reward app and get a free sign-up bonus. Roy Rogers, beef, burgers, chicken.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah! I got a couple of stories to run by you. Number one, today is Ozzy Osbourne's funeral, or they're having a service today. So I've been seeing a little bit of the details. I'm going to let the rest of them come in before I get to all of that. But yeah, he is being celebrated in his hometown of Birmingham, England. Of course, died last week, just weeks after performing a farewell show with Black Sabbath. The 76-year-old singer's body will be carried in a flower-covered hearse through the streets alongside a brass band as well. The Osbourne family is covering the cost of the procession.
Which is very cool. With this music gig again, Preston, it blows my mind how he got this incredible concert, how he was able to attend in the way that he did. I mean, and then he goes out. I mean, it's as rock picture perfect as you could possibly have.
Yeah, the city's mayor said there would be a dignified and fitting tribute that will mean so much to his fans. The mayor added, "We're going to pay our last respects and homage to one of the greatest living legends of Birmingham." So, like I said, tomorrow I'll get some of the recaps on that, but it is taking place today.
And supposedly they're going to have the world's largest ravioli.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know what the connection is.
Jason Richardson has left the metal band All That Remains after almost 7 years as their lead guitarist. He announced the split on social media, saying they decided to part on good terms. Richardson said that he's proud of the record that they made together and grateful for the friendship that he built, but he needs to focus on his own career and new opportunities. He joined All That Remains in late 2018 after the founding guitarist, Ollie Herbert, died. Richardson has a long history in metal music, having played with bands like All Shall Perish,
And Up with People, his other project.
Born of Osiris and Chelsea Grin before joining All That Remains.
Now, it's my understanding that he is looking to pursue mermaiding.
He very well may.
Yeah.
It's all the rage these days. He also makes solo music and recently released a guitar version of the Harry Potter theme song, Hedwig's Theme.
Oh, I'd like to hear that.
Richardson said that he's been working on different projects behind the scenes and feels excited about his next chapter. He wished his former bandmates the best and promised to share updates about his future plans soon.
I'd liked he'd done a concept album. It was sort of a concept album is finger blasting. Yeah.
We have the opening.
Yep.
Ooh, finger banging. Finger banging.
I'm sorry.
That was it.
I saw a different show.
All right, and then I just have one more story. And no, Phil Collins is not in end-of-life care. Reps for the icon had to set the record straight after an online rumor has been circulating that the singer is in hospice care. According to a statement provided to The Independent, his rep said that he is currently in the hospital recovering from knee surgery. It's not clear where the rumor of hospice care surfaced on social media, but Phil has been candid about his health. In a conversation with Mojo last month, the singer said he thinks about going downstairs to the studio to see what happens, he said, but I'm not hungry for it, adding that he's been feeling very bad. He's been feeling sick.
First off, physically, he can't catch a break, but second off, that YouTube channel you turned me on to, the Drumeo,
yeah,
they did an extensive interview with him that was really good.
Yeah.
But you can tell, I mean, fortunately, his son is really good, and his son is carrying on his legacy, and they had one part of it where they set up his old drum kit, and it was kind of cool to see that. But it just doesn't look like he can physically pull that together.
Yeah, he has lost a lot physically.
Yeah.
He has not been feeling well either, so... but we'll follow the story, and that is all I have in music news for you this morning.
Do it again.
We will take a break. No, it's okay. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment, and we'll wrap up the show. Letter of the day, word of the week prize, amongst other things. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
Do you remember, Nick? They brought by this obscenely huge tray of like burnt bacon with like a syrup, and I was like, I'm like, this is the greatest and most horrible thing in the world at the same time.
I want it back, though.
I want it back.
I want you back here in Philly.
Hello, bacon. We want you back.
They what was it? The farmers, not
Founding Farmers.
Yeah, founding farmers.
Yeah.
They have these things called bacon lollies.
Oh,
what's that?
Which are it's on a little stick, and it's a piece of well done bacon.
Oh wow!
That's got like a
they're wrapping something.
A candied type of
candy,
sweetness on it.
I
like that.
It was pretty tasty.
Is it around a particular item, or is it just the bacon?
A wedding ring.
What do you mean? Is it around?
Like is there scallop hidden within?
No,
no.
Just
why?
bacon.
Why? What makes you think the lolly part?
Yeah. Like
No. It's just
like
it's on a
Tootsie
stick.
Pop.
It's on a stick like a lollipop.
I would stick a scallop in there and then wrap it with bacon and then make that the pop.
I like that too.
That almost becomes like a blow pop, but a different version with meat.
A scallop pop. Yeah.
Because a blow pop had gum in the middle of it, right?
there's two
Or
layers.
Tootsie Roll.
Tootsie Pop has Tootsie Roll, yeah.
Right.
Remember Tootsie Pop drops? Those were the
I loved those.
Yeah. I like scallop drops. They were my favorite as a kid.
Candy covered scallops.
These are great, Mom.
Yeah.
Do they make Tootsie Pop
How many
drops
licks
anymore?
does it take to get to the center of a scallop pop?
These are birth control pops.
Wow. All right. Anyway, clearly we could talk all day about this because our text messages are lighting up like crazy, and so are our phone lines, but we have to take a break. But I thought it was an interesting look at foods that might taste better with a little burn on them, if you will. By the way, do you say burned or burnt?
I would say, I say burnt. I don't know. Burned, I guess, and burnt is adequate as well.
All right. Anyway, thank you for your calls. We appreciate it. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. We'll dive into the bazaar when we get back. Stay with us. Tuesday, today's chance for you to win a Preston and Steve tattoo. So text word tattoo to 39333, and that is from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. Just wanted to mention that Nick saw a bare naked booby in the wild yesterday.
In the wild.
In the wild.
And not a bird.
Because if you go to a strip club or something like that, that's like going to the zoo.
Right.
Okay?
No big deal.
Sure.
You get to appreciate, and you can look longer than you normally would.
Right.
But when it's in the wild, there's something more exciting about that.
You just don't expect it.
Right.
Yeah. Even though you've set up a blind and have binoculars.
Right.
And Steve, I did not at all expect it, so much so that it was, I believe, a triple take when I spotted said booby in the wild. I was at a grocery store, and she was probably mid to late 30s, maybe early 40s, very attractive woman. She was coming out of the bathroom, and I was walking towards where the bathrooms were. So we were walking in opposite directions, and she had a nice breasts. And,
she had a nice breast. This woman, so I'm in the supermarket, and she's got a nice breast.
She'd paid for these breasts.
Oh, after factory, as they say.
Yes, so they were sort of on display to begin with.
Right.
It was a low-cut top.
Right.
And so she was coming out of the bathroom. And so the part of the reason why I brought it up is I'm curious, Kathy or Marissa, like how this could actually happen. Because she was clearly not wearing a bra. And my guess was, when she went to the bathroom, when she was in the facilities, maybe she was lifting her shirt back up, after tucking her pants back in or whatever.
Where was the boob hanging out from?
It was left boob
under.
No, to the side.
Cleavage?
So the shift, the cleavage shift had gone from in the middle of the boobs to the right boob entirely.
I gotcha.
And so the left one was fully exposed.
So it was
Wait.
I don't understand.
Hold on. The left boob was coming out of the cleavage part, the V?
No, I'm sorry. The left boob was coming out of the left side. So like the
Of
armpit,
like the tank top. Was it a
armpit
tank
hole.
top?
It was a tank top.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
armpit hole.
it was a
Okay.
low-cut tank top.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So the armpit hole had basically shifted over a little bit. And so
you're getting drastic side boob, basically.
Yeah, and so all of this is
Wait, did you see
processing.
nipple?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
so
my
more
God.
than side boob. Whole boob.
No bra. And all of this is happening in real time. And it's one of those things where, like, when you look at a woman and you see cleavage or whatever, you sort of do the side eye, you glance more than once. But this one, I was like, wait, no, that's not what I saw. Oh, that is what I saw. Wait, is that what I saw? All of that is spinning around in your brain as quickly as humanly possible.
Before you answer this question on how something like that could happen, Kathy, do we as responsible men
Well, that's what I was going to ask.
go over and say something?
I think you have to.
Hey, your knockers are hanging out.
I mean, Nick, did you say anything?
No, and I thought about it, and I was wondering what the approach should be. Because, look, when that type of thing happens, unless you're doing it blatantly for attention, which I don't think that she was. I think it was by accident. I didn't want her to be embarrassed in the store.
Could you do it cryptically and say, hey, melons are on sale?
Wait, you didn't want to embarrass her, but the poor thing probably walked into so many people.
Somebody texts in and said Nick should have said, guess what I get to do.
Hi.
Oh,
I
just should have yelled it right there.
I think a great question.
That's what I get to do.
Kathy.
How could that happen?
Well, no. Yeah, to some extent. But also, would you prefer, I think I might do what Nick did and just say,
I know.
there's no way as a guy you can.
And I thought about it.
And I think you wait for a woman to tell her. So what would you do? I mean, would you prefer that a guy told you if you were exposed that way?
Oh, I mean, it would be so embarrassing.
Yeah.
But if I was walking out of the bathroom, I think I'd rather catch it instead of walking through the rest of the store and like more people seeing it.
Or do you go find a random woman to go tell this woman?
Honestly, I think
There's
that
a
would be
woman on aisle 5 with her knocker hanging out her armpit.
I mean, this lady's going to walk through the entire supermarket. I think you failed. I think you and anybody would have. You want the very first person that sees it to tell you that they just saw it. Like,
I can understand Nick's position on that, though.
I don't
Well,
understand.
it was a moment in time, Casey, and so I didn't want to turn around and then chase after this woman and say, hey, your boob's hanging out.
Hey, lady!
So I debated whether or not I should do it, and I suppose your instincts would have been different than mine, but at the moment, I didn't want to say anything that would have embarrassed her any further, and so, like, to me, the person doing the confrontation and saying something to her, that's embarrassing to me as well. I don't want to be that guy that'd be like, hey, your boob's hanging out.
Well, and finding the right words in that moment as well might be kind of hard. Like,
your shirt.
You're hanging out, would be like, oh my God, why did I say that? It'd be like, cover up, maybe. I don't know.
I would have just said your shirt.
Your shirt.
Check your shirt.
Your knocker plopped out.
So in hindsight, I kind of wish that I had said something, but at the moment in time, I did not.
Oh, but let me explain, because I can see how this happens. Now, I don't have fake boobs, but either way, like if she was in the bathroom, because this has happened to me, not where my boob is fully out, but if we don't sit on the toilet and we're hovering, like you're kind of hovering forward, the boobs are hanging.
I think that's what happened.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened.
So that left her in this precarious predicament. There's a whole bunch of I think moral questions here as to how you approach that. And what you would do in that situation. I could see you. It's like when you see a fight in real life. It's like you're so used to seeing it in the movies or whatever that you don't. What did I just see? What did I? Yeah. And by the time you processed it, the moment is gone.
I mean, listen, I had a similar situation. I was at Wonderland Pier in Ocean City, and there was a guy in a wheelchair, and his testicles were hanging out of his shorts.
That's right.
And I went up and I told his caretaker, I'm like, and I'm like, yo, his nutsack is. I didn't say that,
Did you tuck it back in for him?
I did with my mouth. No, but I said to the caretaker, I'm like, excuse me, this gentleman's testicles are exposed, and it's as simple as that. Like, yes, it sucks. It's embarrassing.
I was at a wedding one time, and it was a daytime reception, so the room was well lit up. It wasn't a dark room, and everybody's dancing. We're doing kind of slow dancing, the traditional man and woman dance, whatever you call that, not a foxtrot, but anyhow. And there was a gal who was there, and we had met her earlier in the day. They were I think the dance instructor that helped the bride and groom learn this really cool fancy dance that they were going to do for their first dance.
Right.
So anyhow, they're dancing together, and her top is slowly slipping down and down and down. Yes. She wasn't overly well endowed.
Right.
Okay, but nonetheless, it came all the way down. Nipple, the whole thing, everything hanging out. I didn't say a damn thing.
Right.
And I feel a little bit bad about that to this day, that I could have easily, because I met her earlier and I could have been like, hey, pointed.
Could you have stepped on the back of her dress to make everything pull up in the front?
Would that have worked? Yeah, I guess that could have worked, right?
Yeah. I know but I hear what you're saying. You don't, because it seems like such an affront because of you being a guy. But then I also see the merit in how long do you let that go on? If you may want to adjust yourself.
I do think I think I would prefer if a woman came over to me, like if you're with your wife.
Wednesday morning, and we've had a full day today, so I'd like to do a couple of thank yous before wrapping up our program. Nice check-in with Mike and Alex this morning on Fox Good Day. Then we had a really cool guest, photographer Jared Polin came in, and maybe you've seen him. He's been shooting pictures in our area for a long, long time, and the photos that he takes are at sporting events and concert events. He's got a book out, which is called Book 2, 22 Years of Music Photography, and he brought in this unbelievable equipment this morning, too, these amazing cameras. One was huge. I mean, like 4 feet long. It's from made in the 1920s.
Yeah, you rightfully pointed out it. You might assume it was a Canon.
Yeah.
Not the brand, a Canon.
An actual Canon.
Yeah. And it was impressive, but he uses a lot of these antiquities to get really amazing photos. And then he gave us copies of Book 2.
Yeah.
It is a big, heavy coffee table book.
It's 8 pounds.
Yeah.
That's how much the book weighs. And not only that, but he also has a great YouTube series. He's got hundreds of thousands of followers.
Yeah.
And for good reason. He does great work, and it's an explanation of a lot of things you're curious about the world of photography that you'll want to check out. So nice to have him. By the way, if you want to get the book, his website is called froknowsphoto.com. Fro, Knows. He has a big afro hair. His hair is huge, so that's why the froknowsphoto.com. And then thanks to all of our dad joke contestants. Yeah. They did great. Some of them were really, really good. And we ended up giving away a $350 Amex gift card to one of our winners in conjunction with Paramount Pictures and The Naked Gun, which is opening on Friday. And we gave $75 gift cards and prize packs to our runners-up. So
do you want to recite the winning dad joke?
I don't remember how it went.
Okay.
Have you ever seen an elephant hide in a tree?
Right.
And then the answer was, and then you say no, and then what was the punchline?
They're good, aren't they?
Well, they're good, aren't they? enough to make me laugh.
Yeah.
And
It caught us all off guard. Yeah,
So we gave him a good score, and he ended up winning, which is cool. And there's Sarah Parker.
And there's me. Hi, friends.
Nice to see you.
You as well. I think this weighs more than 8 pounds, this book, Preston. This is insane.
Yeah.
I'm definitely going to have to flip through this because I love photography, especially musicians and concert photography.
Yeah.
Capturing that is a whole different beast than pose portraits.
And this is right in your alley. And some of the shots that he gets, especially the candids backstage, are amazing.
Yep. There's a good picture.
Come on.
There's
Perry
a picture
Farrell in his underwear?
of Perry Farrell, they were going by a Calvin Klein store, and they had the mannequins all, that are all jacked up looking, and he took off all of his clothes except for his underwear and posed with them. So Jared got a bunch of photos like that.
That's cool.
Pretty awesome. So how you doing today, Sarah?
Doing all right. Trying to stay cool.
Yeah.
Trying to stay hydrated. That is the theme of this entire month, I think.
Did you feel it coming in? Because, it was crazy. When you go outside at night and it feels like it's 80, it's like crazy. So, and sometimes we'll get a break in the morning, but this morning felt like it was gearing to be a mofo of a day.
Yeah, it's a bit swampy out. And the thing is, with this building, it is a meat locker, man. It is freezing in here all the time.
Yeah.
So I can't roll in here wearing shorts.
Right, yeah.
I'm wearing layers.
All right. Well, hang in there. You got a few hours to be in the chilliness. Should we do the letter of the day?
Let's do it.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve show brought to you today by the letter
R as in rock and roll.
All right, perfect. And we are going to give away our prize on Friday, day after tomorrow. 2 more letters to go. We have a 4-pack of rounds at the Big Little 9 golf course and a 4-pack of same-day combo passes for Maurice Piers. And you can visit the Big Little 9 to play a beautiful 9-hole par 3 course challenger wedge game across 89 acres of meadows and water carries. Family-friendly, shoes optional, BYOB encouraged. You can visit the happiest golf course on earth. Book at biglittle9.com today. All right, so you're in for Pierre.
Sure am.
The rest of the week?
Today and tomorrow.
Okay. And
Yes.
what do you got planned?
We've got the workforce blocks at noon. We'll celebrate Geddy Lee's birthday on Pierre Standard Time. It was actually yesterday. He turned 72, so we'll play a block of Rush. Preston,
Love
if you
it.
got anything you want me to drop in, just let me know.
All right.
Also blocks of Deep Purple and Nirvana, and we will have more tickets to give away as MMR presents The Revivalists Friday, September 26th at Parks Casino.
Love it. All right. Sarah's going to take good care of you. I want to thank our sponsors. They take care of us. The Preston and Steve Show brought to you by Dunkin', and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Tomorrow on our program, we actually have several tickets to things to give away tomorrow. So I think we might have to fire up a game or something along those lines, and we'll dive into all things whatever as we get a little break in the temps, and we'll enjoy that together. So that's it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.